Hello everyone, thank you for attending in the second day of GUADEC. Hi everyone that is watching the event by home, and thank you for attending as well. Now we are going to continue with our first presentation for the day, Peter Kovar, and he's going to talk about documentation, State of the Union. There you go.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you for showing up in the morning, it's appreciated, right? So let's see if the slides work again. Let me switch to the... Right. So, so in the beginning, I wanted to just break down what we mean by documentation, right? Because GNOME is a large project, so we have content, in different places and spaces. So I think the two large groups of documentation content we have on the in the GNOME project and hosted on the GNOME infrastructure are developer documentation. That's one big group, and the other group is user documentation, and under that sysadmin docs falls under that second group as well. So I just wanted to list it on this first slide here, that there is this developer GNOME.org site, right, that Emanuele here runs, right? So if you have a question about that, talk to him. And the other side is the help GNOME.org site, which hosts the user and developer documentation, right? So the target audience is a bit different. So just one quick slide about the developer side, right? So excuse me. So I listed the repo there, so you can have a look. It's the content is written in restructured text RST, built with the Sphinx generator that you might know from other projects, and then it's pushed to GitLab pages, right? So that's like the tool chain used there for the developer docs. And for the help GNOME.org user doc side, things are a little bit more complicated, because the current site that's running on help GNOME.org is quite ancient, and it's sadly very much unmaintained. So just wanted to mention that for those of you who are not aware, the old repo that is still used to, or was used to publish the docs, is called Library Web. And before we switched to the Mallard XML language for GNOME-free documentation back in 2011, 2012, we use DocBook, right, XML. Anyway, it's all XML language used there for the content. And it's generated using, the content generated using, quite a complex set of scripts that most of us never fully understood. And so I said, it's basically using black magic. And unfortunately, the current status is that the content that you see there is outdated and not published since GNOME 3.38. So that's been several years, and nobody is working on the site either to add support for the new build system. Now the big difference between, let's say, the developer side and this old site is that the old site used really starballs to extract the content from. So you depended on the, on the build toolchain used for each of the GNOME modules, and we didn't really work with Git directly, right? Just like I guess every modern documentation generated from sources does. So this is a very old approach that's broken. I just wanted to mention here, for the record, and that we have something new, right, that will actually work, and we will be more modern based on how folks generate docs these days from Git. So this is just like a preliminary design that we have done. Sean McCann's work on this, I think last year. So so we have something up and running on the test side. We just need to kind of, push it to production. So the future help GNOME.org, as I call it, is hosted in a different repo that I link in the second bullet point. Sorry, the first one. And you can have a look at the test site that I have listed there as the URL. It's still using the same content we have in Git repos, in Git modules, using Mallard XML language. We can even support the old book documentation, but I guess that's less of an issue these days. What is different from library web is that it's not using that old set of broken scripts, but it's using a project called Pintail, which was specifically written to generate docs from Mallard XML and publish them, on the web. So that's basically all, baked and ready to be deployed. So what needs to be done to finally deploy the new site is, we need some help with web design, right? So trying to talk to folks who might be interested or doing design around GNOME projects. A few things need to be done there, like, add a nice footer, make the site looks really like it's part of the GNOME, org sites. That's one thing. The other thing is translation support, right? So we have a very active localization community in the GNOME project, as you know. And so our translators will be probably rather disappointed if we didn't provide them with some translation support, which we did provide for the old web. So, so we will have to, the Pintail tool does support translations. We just need to, update the design of the website to add some, drop-down menu to switch languages and do some language detection and stuff like that, to make the sites fully translatable. Or to show the translations, will be a better way to how to say it. Now, as I said, this new tool does work with the Git modules directly, so we just extract whatever is, let's say, in the main branch on head, and does generate two, let's say, versions of the documentation. One is, let's call it unstable, and one is stable, right? So stable will be like the latest stable release of the GNOME. So, it will point to some GNOME-45 branch, for example, for GNOME 45. And the unstable will be the head of the main or master branch, right? So we will not support at this point, all the releases. So we will not provide access to build all the release documentation, just like we did for library web. But it can be added later. There is one thing to consider, and that is the time it takes for the tool to generate the content from all the Git modules, because we have so many, right, Git modules. So that's just one design decision we made, a few years ago when we started working on this. All right, so on the 30th of July, the second BOF day, right, we will have a documentation workshop /BOF/meetup. I'm unsure who will show up, right? I hope, everybody is welcome to show up if you are interested in documentation. And depending on whether we have some, let's say, newcomers interested in contributing to GNOME documentation, we will either run a newcomers workshop similar to what we did at previous GUADECs, or we can, continue on what work has been done at FOSDEM earlier this year, when we work on GNOME settings updates for the main part of our user documentation, the GNOME user docs module. So everybody is welcome to show up. Again, it's in the morning. Sorry about that. And so please, if you have time, and you are interested, join us on Sunday, right? And the final slide is about, where to find more information about the project and the documentation team, if I can say. So we have the wiki, with mostly up-to-date information about how to make your first contribution, what is this Malart XML language, how to use it, how to submit a merge request with your contribution. And then there is also a list of items to work on. But mostly for the main part of our user documentation, we use issues in GitLab, just like every other project hosted on GNOME. So mostly it's issues under GNOME user docs, or documentation issues tagged as documentation in other GitLab projects for the individual apps, for example, that ship their own set of user help. So that's the wiki and GitLab. Then there's this discourse tag that we use. It's mostly like a replacement for the mailing list that we used to have, GNOME doc list as it was called. Then IRC, the channel is GNOME docs. It's also accessible with metrics, right? And the GitLab, the last bullet point that I talked about. So that will be for the slides. And now I wonder if there is time for questions and comments, if you have any. Yes, please. Oh, mic, right? I don't know if you have the mic.
Or you can repeat if you can.
I will repeat it, yeah. Oh, mic is coming. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So there are a couple of things. One is the current wiki, like the wiki structure has a tendency to go out of date. I recently had to edit the where to find the documentation team pages because they were still listing mailing lists and IRC and yeah. So it's kind of sad that the documentation for the documentation project goes out of date. So maybe we need to find a way to make the documentation for the project a little bit more, a little bit less reliant on the wiki. The wiki has a lot of problems, like the access control is completely short because of spam bots and everything else. And the wiki syntax is terrible because all wikis are bad. But maybe we need to find another place for documentation, for how to write documentation, how to contribute documentation. Maybe a new static website or whatever. Was it there?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, I think that there is this lightning talk, right, that Alan wants to give later today, right, about wiki,
Oh, yeah,
so something is there, so maybe there is some discussion about it later today. But yeah, the problem with wiki in general is, it's very hard to do curated content. Even though there are some wiki out there, like I think Arch Linux, for example, has a very well done wiki, right, with very well curated content. But most of the wikis tend to get terribly outdated with all the craft content, accumulates over time. And then it just becomes too messy to deal with anymore. So then we move the content to somewhere else, right? And then it happens again. But yeah, so I mean, alternative probably will be GitLab pages, right? That you just like update and you put your project documentation on it. Of course, it's a little bit more, I don't want to say difficult, but complex to let's say make a few quick edits as opposed to wiki, right? But
there's the web editor. Sorry. There's the web editor.
And then now there's this web editor, so that makes it easier. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. At the end of the day, it's always like who wants to do it? Who wants to move the content? I'm looking at Andre here. That he's been working on some wiki page. Let's say wiki page. How to put it? Maintenance.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, I'm Andre. Basically want to second what Emmanuel said, but I think it's a general problem we have with the GNOME wiki. So yes, I've looked yesterday a little bit into our wiki documentation about our documentation, which is not in the wiki. I guess that needs a lot of simplification and maybe also moving it somewhere else. Exactly. What I wanted to say is, and I don't even know, or maybe I could also even answer this myself, but as this talk was mostly about the infrastructure parts of creating documentation, do you also want to cover a little bit the state of the documentation itself or something like that, like contributing content-wise, or just asking? I mean.
Yeah, so I can actually show this. So I mean, as I said, at FOSDEM early this year, right, Felipe organized this small workshop, right? When we picked a few, items from GNOME settings, for example. And it's a big area and now we're talking about the main set of user documentation, the GNOME user docs module, right? That's one big part of where we need to provide more updates. I mean, to update it against the more recent GNOME releases. To be honest, I don't have a good understanding of the status of the app help. We have so many apps, and it's a little bit unclear to me. We used to have this nice tracker on the wiki, right? But now it's a little bit unclear, what is the status of each of the individual app help. Some of it might be updated, let's say, by the developers or by other contributors to the app project, right? To the app project on GitLab, I mean. And some of it might be terribly outdated. So what needs to be done there, I guess, is like to check again against all these help, all this help content that we have in individual app projects, and see what is the actual status there. And I think that we always encourage people to file issues, right? To file bugs, to let us know that what is the status. I mean, that they understand better if they use the help. If they actually read documentation, they understand it's probably outdated. So, but if there is no issue about that file anywhere, that it's or the issue is filed but not tagged properly with the doc tags, right? We cannot find it in our searches, so it's complicated. So filing issues, that's one thing, how you can help, and then second is using the correct tags, so we can find it in our searches. Right, and then so I talked about the user documentation in the main module, then there's app help, and there's also this sysadmin guide, by the way. It's like this third part of our user documentation that we host on help.org. And I think that's reasonably up to date on that part. But yeah, settings, updating screenshots, all these things, I think that we need to revise. So let's see if we, find some time at the workshop to do some of this work. I would like to. So, how much time do we have left? Like 5 minutes?
Have like 10 minutes until the next presentation, but yeah, probably 5 minutes would be good for the setup.
I can show you just real quick, let's see, the new site, right? If I can move the window, I don't know. Right. So just like, to have a better idea how it looks now, because I only show you this small screenshot, right? Not very well done on the slide. So, so this will be like the current status of the site, right? The categories that you see there are the categories from the GNOME user docs module, and then you go to individual topics, which is something you might recognize from the Yelp app, right? So it's basically the same structure, just put on the web. So yeah, as I said, some footer, some few more things to be done, and I think that we can finally deploy it, so that we will have up-to-date content again. And the big win there is it will be generated from Git, so we no longer need to care about the build system and the tarballs and stuff. So we just use Git just like everybody else. So anything else, any other comment or question before we close? So I don't see any raised hand, yes? Thank you. Thank you for attending.
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. So now we still have a few minutes, so we set up for the next speaker, and in the meantime you can have a very short break. There is probably coffee in the coffee corner that we have here. People online can probably get a coffee themselves because we have a 1-hour keynote presentation afterwards, so get ready and see you in a while. In the meantime, we need to set up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back for day 2 of GUADEC 2023. I know this is our keynote coming up. We already had one session this morning, but thank you all for coming back. And for those of you that are here for the first time, welcome. A couple of things. Let's see. The women's dinner, we did not receive a sponsor this year, but we are still gathering. So if anybody would like to join, we do need to tell the restaurant very soon how many people will be joining. So please talk to myself, Christy, or Caroline whether you would like to attend, so that we can make sure that we have an accurate head count. You will need to, since we didn't get a sponsorship, it will be not hosted. The other thing, for those of you that like to plan, the tour of northern Latvia is now closed. And for those of you that did sign up, you will be getting an email with some information about that. And last but not least, as a reminder, tomorrow's GUADEC dinner will take place at 7:30 at the McCurry Hotel. If you have any questions about that, definitely let us know at the front table. Last but not least, we have one GUADEC shirt left. It is a small, but this is the last one. It starts at 20 euros, but I'm willing to sell it to the highest the GNOME Foundation. So if anybody wants to bid on it now, they can, or it'll be at the front desk for you to, see if it fits, or see if it fits your holiday gift for your loved one. Oh, we got a bidder up there for 20 euros. Thank you. Anybody else for 25? Or are we going to let him have? Oh, you want 25? You're bidding against yourself. But that's okay. We'll take your additional donations. All right, we'll coordinate later, okay? We'll maybe need an adult authorization on that one. All right, well, now it is time for our keynote of the morning, or of the day. I'm very pleased to introduce Manuel Haro. He is passionate about technology and free software, as well as an academic who is committed to collaborative innovation and the promotion of talent in Mexico. Manuel is founder and president of the Foundation Dedica, CEO of Open Source Innovation Labs, coordinator at UNIR Mexico, a professor, and, importantly, a member of the GNOME Foundation. Here to present global collaboration, communities, and open source to empower cutting edge technologies, I'm very pleased to introduce my friend, Manuel Haro.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Well, it's for me a big pleasure to be here to GUADEC. I don't think so, but it's not my first GUADEC. I think it's my third GUADEC participating. The last year, as you know, we had GUADEC in Mexico. That was an amazing experience for us. Amazing challenge because it was the first GUADEC in person after the pandemic, so it was a great challenge. I want to say thank you. We are very grateful with GNOME Foundation, with the CEO, with all the members on the team. Christy Progry, as leader of GUADEC, you knows about the works over the GUADEC with Christy, Melissa, and everything in the team. For me, it's a pleasure to be here in GUADEC in person, too far from my home. But I am very happy, I am excited to be with you to share how we are working around open source and free software in Mexico and Latam. We worked a few weeks ago with GNOME Latam in person too. So we have a lot of challenge. In Mexico and Latam, there are a lot of talent around open source. Around false technologies. But the sad is the false technologies don't have the trust that we have to projects, to government, to projects, to companies, and we are working to strengthen this trust. As Melissa talked about me, I am a teacher and researcher for 33 years, working around technologies. I have a big pleasure. Do you see this picture? What kind of machine is that? It's a Silicon Graphics 02. I love this machine. I was bought this machine in eBay for $150. So this is my treasure for me. All my career, I am working with Unix systems. But in 1988, I was beginning to work with a Unix system for my computer 8036, Mandrake 5.1. Was my first Linux that was used, and I was seeing like my Unix in my PC computer. This is how I see it in these days, but I was beginning to work with the Linux. I was create the free software lab at government in Zacatecas. Zacatecas is my state in Mexico, and northern Mexico. And from government, we launched this free software lab with the utopic and irreal idea to training the employees of government to the migration the desktops, to use Linux and don't use most Windows. There are a lot, in Mexico, there are utopic ideas to migrate to Linux. It's not possible to migrate. It's very complex to migrate. I am half years working like a GNOME Foundation member. It's a pleasure for me. Last February, we launched the Open Knowledge and Digital Development Foundation. In Spanish, Desarrollo Digital y Conocimiento Abierto is in Spanish. This is the name of the DICA. Because when we create the Free Software Lab in Mexico, we are working from government. And with allies like Intel, like GNOME, another allies, biggest friends, working, talking about we must to create an instance that don't have dependence for nobody. Okay? So we reach our foundation, CEDICA Foundation. I am working ICP, Internet Computer Protocol Latam Hub member. We are trying to develop technologies over blockchain protocols like ICP, only to create knowledge with the guys. I am member of the Latam FOSCO member, and around the DICA Foundation and Open Source Innovation Lab, like a linked instance, we create three events that I will share with you at detail. This is this image. I love this image because I am a Generation X man. I am coming from nobody technologies, and I am working with millennium generation of guys, very young talent, amazing talent, and this is a big pleasure. It's a very high responsibility to work with this kind of guys for today. This image from the World Economic Forum is how every 5 years we must work with the boys, with the guys, to create the new skills they needed to reach amazing projects and to create development of the amazing projects. We work around this type of strategies to know how we can work with the guys, what we must teach for the guys, and how we can take advantage for the talent of these guys. This image, look at that. How is the technology right now? We see that if we work in an end-to-end project, it's like an Internet of Things project. We need to have knowledge about basic knowledge about the electronic communications. We have to have people learn with the skills about sensors, sensor networks, telecommunications. It's a big data. It's a cloud computing, AI, and it's about databases, I think, and development of applications, web software. I don't know, but I don't think so. If there are a man in the world that have all the skills, all the complete skills to develop a project like this, only one person. I don't think so. I don't think so that there anybody about this. So we work to form the guys to collaborate, to be very specialized in some technologies, in some topic, and works with another guy with another specialized skills to make team and to work together and to create big projects and to create amazing technologies around for impact for everyone. This is important. When the guys comes from the universities to our lab, Open Source Innovation Lab, like linked instance, they in the universities I hope in another countries in the world where maybe you are coming from, it's not the same, but in Mexico, the academic content and the universities is not too updated, yeah, and comes working, programming, and languages, only languages like Java, only languages maybe C, but no more. And when it comes to lab, open source innovation lab, don't have enough skills about Python. I was see the talks before and yesterday about Rust, like a new language to develop amazing applications. So in the open source innovation lab, we work to training our guys with these kind of technologies. So works with you like GNOME Foundation, working like alliance like Intel, we have a lot of support to know what is the tendency of the technologies. And we can have the vision, we can have the information to share with the guys and to have to structure the optimal options to training of the guys. When the guys comes to, I remember a lot of histories, but one time some people, equipment of two teams, guys, who wants to develop a mobile application. And they are working HTML5, working with Java, something like that. So why you don't try to do it in Flutter and Dart of Google? So they begin to work the application, and they love the new technologies, but they doesn't know these technologies because in the universities don't have this information. So in the open source innovation lab, try to get all this kind of technologies and to share with the guys like a challenge, because it's a challenge. Because they don't have any kind of skills about the new technologies, but we know they have the capacity or the skills, enough skills to develop over any kind of technology. So we try to do it. The guys doesn't works like a collaborative repositories. Don't knows about GitHub, don't knows about GitLab. And maybe for us, it's very common about GitLab, about GitHub, but please, it's sad because they don't have any kind of skills to develop over these kind of technologies. So we try, we have 12 years, and we are working, fortunately, only with open source software, open source technologies, only 4 technologies around the open source innovation lab. And now, in Mexico, and Latam, well, in Mexico, the 4 technologies don't have enough trust to make projects in government, to make projects in companies. So we work with the guys to develop this kind of projects and create this trust to have projects developed with FOSS technologies. We know the tendency over technologies, open source is very high technologies, very important technologies to create any kind of projects like AI, like technologies TensorFlow, PyTorch, OpenCV, Theano, like a framework, or PyTorch for machine learning. We know about the Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3.0. There's new tendency of the Web 3 and this is working about decentralized technologies. We are talking about new way to work to work in a way collaborative and to share knowledge around the world. Allied strategics like a GNOME Foundation. I will share all the strategies that we are working with GNOME Foundation. Intel Intel, we come from Intel, maybe $100,000 of donations of equipment, servers, laptops, IoT equipment. But the more important, when I was to go to the Intel in Guadalajara in Mexico, I was trying to get a lot of equipment, a lot of machines. But the more important that we had from Intel was the most advanced knowledge around technologies, because they share any kind of courses, any kind of trainings without cost for all the community. So it's most value for the community, but it's the wrong way that we see like looking for the allies. The Linux Foundation, we are working with a foundation named Drone Code. I don't know if you want it. Drone Code is a project sponsored by Linux Foundation about open source and open knowledge technologies for drones. Apache Beam, I am sure somebody of you knows about Apache Beam. It's a strategy of the Apache Software Foundation together with Google to create new technologies around taking advances of the data of Google over all the technologies and tools that Apache Software Foundation have developed. Savix, if somebody of you are here from Riga, you know Savix, he have the headquarters of Savix. The last November, I will receive an email from Savix, because Savix was thinking to open the offices at Mexico. And we don't know, but I don't remember if 5 or 6 federal government dependents was working with Savix. So a lot of, maybe 20 companies in Mexico is working with Savix. But a lot of people, we don't anything about Savix. But it's an open source project platform to monitoring. But obviously they are a company. But the more important is respect about the community force. This is very important for us, more important for the community and our strategies from the foundation. Innovation Labs Network is an effort from Intel in Mexico to create a labs network around universities not to force technology users. O sea, Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico is a university, private university that don't need to use force because have any kind of, any level of money to pay any kind of license without problem. So Innovation Lab Network is an effort from Intel to create open innovation labs around 11 universities right now in Mexico. I don't know if you know about this strategy in OECD. Okay. In Mexico, we have a guy, Pedro Carranza, was our intern in Open Source Innovation Lab, and comes to Paris to OECD like an intern, begins to work, and right now he is the leader of all the suite .data of OECD is open data for critical regions around the world. This is developed by OECD. All is open source. Everything is open source, and they have developed open data over 8 languages, but they don't have in Spanish. And they need a ally to translate to Spanish to go with this open data to LATAM and maybe another countries around the world where they need to use this software. It's open source software. So all the suites are open source, and strategies like that with organization like OECD is very important for us that is working, very responsible with open source technologies. Well, Genome Foundation, I think is the best challenge for me right now, GUADEC here, and a lot far of my home, but I am really happy. We worked in 2019 to the proposal to get GUADEC at Mexico. Come the pandemic, and we have GUADEC at 2022. I was have the invitation to be a judge in the engagement challenge of GNOME. I was most to check 180 projects around the world: Pakistan, Africa, Asia, Latam, Brazil. A lot of projects, a lot of talent, a lot of knowledge around the world. It's an amazing project. I want to say to Genome Foundation, congrats for this kind of strategies, because they are trying to strengthen the collaboration and the development of projects around the world over open philosophy, over open source technologies. Genome Latam, we have with Genome Latam some weeks ago in Zacatecas, in my city in Mexico, and I think was very good for us, because in Latam there are a lot of talent working around open source software, and I think it's a very good strategy in Mexico. I was being 3 times, maybe, a speaker in Linux App Summit. We are working to create the proposal, why not, to have a Linux App Summit in Mexico. We are working around that. Because Genome Foundation, we know they are working with a big effort to share the knowledge about all the open source technologies. And well, Genome Asia, I was being 2 times a speaker in Genome Asia. It's a big pleasure to see the level of projects, the level of talks, in these events we have opportunity to reach. Last year, GUADEC 2022, and launched the version of Genome 43, named Guadalajara. It's a very high proud for us, because it's the effort together with Genome Foundation. This is the team at GUADEC in Guadalajara last year. This picture was in 2017 in Zacatecas. We have an international congress, open source international congress, and we have the pleasure to have Neil McGovern and Sriram Ramkrishna, 2 big friends for us. And they tell, we need to do something with Genome in Mexico. We need to do something with Genome in Latam, and we are here working with you and working very responsibly with you about that. Community Engagement Challenge is the big experience for me to know the level of talent, the level of knowledge, the level of requirements that we have around the world. Because the engagement challenge is to try to create new ideas to solve problematics around the world with technologies. And then, when I must to check the projects, I was find this one from Pakistan. It's the same model that we are trying to concrete in Mexico about the guys studying in university and comes to develop projects like academic activities every year. The project is the final year project. They are looking for to reach the talented universities, students, to create amazing and new idea projects to solve some problematics in each country where they are from. In this case was in Pakistan. It's the same model for our project in Mexico. But I really happy when I see this project because they are and understand that open source technologies may help a lot to create this kind of project, to create this kind of strategies. So right now, from the DICA Foundation, we want to invite you to visit our website, dedica.org.mx. We can see that, and we want to invite to help us to strengthen our strategies because it's a global strategy. It's a NGO, non-profit organization to work to strengthen the strategies to innovation, open innovation, and working with the students mainly. 60 universities right now, 25 open source innovation labs branches. Open source innovation lab is the labs working with only with open source technologies. Around the country, we have 25 open source innovation labs right now. Where must to be? In universities. Where is the knowledge, the fresh knowledge, where is the talent, and where is the opportunity to create new ideas, to create and development amazing projects with this talent we have, not only in Mexico. We are working right now with university in Honduras. We are working right now with 2 universities in Colombia, and we want to begin to work in a university in Brazil. We must to do this. Is formal partnerships, because the university, the governments, because the companies, I must to repeat this, don't have enough trust with open source technologies. We need to be formal today to understand they must trust with us, with the projects, with the guys, with the talents, with the technologies, and basically. So this kind is Aguascalientes have 8 universities, 8 public state universities, and they are creating their own open source innovation lab. So North States is a north of the countries, too near to USA. It's a big challenge because there are a lot of money over there, and they are working with open source technologies. And Yucatan to the south. I think everyone must to hear about Mexico, about Cancun, about some places like that. Well, Yucatan is close to this place. It's in the south of the country, southeast of the country, and we are working creating this open source innovation lab to reach the talent and to develop projects around the world, the country. This is our collaborative innovation model that was begun to create in 2012, and we have more than 11 years working around us. The first topic is talent catalyzing. We must use in the best forms, in the good forms, the talent of these guys with open collaboration around the projects. To identify the challenge, this is very important because there are a lot of problematics in governments and companies, but they don't have sometimes enough money to invest in this kind of project. So we try to go to government dependence, we go to the companies, what kind of problematica do you have, how we can help you, and how we can develop the technological solutions for you to create or to solve these kind of problematics. So when we have these problematics, we work to get the requirements, software development projects, we need to have the requirements and then reach the talent in the universities to create these multidisciplinary teams of developers coming from the universities. So this strategy helped us to create over 10 years 500 projects working with 1,500 developers from the universities. So the first topic is talent catalyzed in this way. Obviously working with FOSS technologies, creating a co-working ecosystem, and obviously we must work with the universities because they are the new knowledge, the talent of the youngs, and the creativity to create any kind of projects. And one thing very important is strategic alliances like a GNOME, like a Intel, like a Google Open Source, like a lot of alliances that we are working for right now. This is what we do over 10 years. We have 60 universities. We work with 1,500 young talent. We was development almost 500 projects, and we have 25 laboratory branches around the country in Mexico. Working with government, 45% of the projects, 15% in the companies and the enterprises, local companies. Universities, obviously, because the talent comes from the universities, we are working to develop projects for their own universities, and some projects like a social project, like a project for taxis, like a Uber, like a Bolt here in Riga, but for the public taxis in the city, in Zacatecas. Local, with the administration for the owners of the taxis. So, and the projects that we work software web, mobile apps, infrastructure, and high performance computing, considering cybersecurity, considering AI, and data science, the new lag to work about the technologies. We work to create events to reach this talent. How we can do it? What we can do to reach this talent? We must talk the same language the students wants to hear, like a hackathons, like a boot camps, like a something events like that. LOTS is a LATAM Open Source Tech Summit. We have the first edition in Sonora, in Hermosillo, and this event was developed to get the important leaders around the world. In this event, we have Sriram and Neil McGovern from GNOME Foundation in 2017, and we create the lots for this kind of events. Open Source Tech Talks is like a regional forum, more local to positioning the talent of the guys from the students. In the lots, we work to reach 50% of the speakers are of the same universities. In the open source tech talks, 80% are people from their own universities. Innova Challenge is a hackathon to creativity. ICP LATAM Hub, ICP Bootcamp, and FLISOL. The people who is from LATAM knows about FLISOL. FLISOL in Spanish, Foro Latinoamericano Instalación del Libre, de Instalación de Software Libre. In English, is a forum to install open source in the computers. It's like a local forum. But right now in the LATAM, I think there are 350 branches around the country, around the continent. It's a big event from community, from community to work in FLISOL. In Mexico, I think we have, I don't know, Federico, maybe 50 branches in Mexico of FLISOL. Yeah. So this is a event very, very high positioned in the continent. And another kind of events. I don't know if somebody was talking about COS. COS in Spanish is Cumbre de Contribuidores de Open Source Software. In English is a Open Source Committers Summit. To try is not an event to make talks, to make a keynotes, to make a workshops. Is to teach to developers to be committers to any kind of projects. We work with Google, we work with Apache Software Foundation. I think we work two edition, I don't remember, but 2 edition or 3 edition with GNOME Foundation to work with how to be committers from this kind of projects. This is a event from Europe. This event is Open Expo is in Madrid every year, but it's most focused to model business over open source. More companies, more corporations, it's not the communities, but in Mexico, the ideology about open source is most of free software, migration, don't use Windows, use Linux, and Open Expo, go forward, thinking about how to make business with open source. It's a very good event, and we want to try to make understand the guys who is very good in open source development and something like that they make a lot of business with technologies of open source, obviously working in a services model business. All these things that I am talking about is about communities, like a Genome Foundation works, like a lot of people works. This image is Cloud Conference 2018 in San Francisco. I was being here thinking about a lot of conference, thinking about a lot of workshops, thinking about amazing keynotes, but not. This is the global meeting of all the leaders of the projects of Google Cloud who was working together like a GUADEC, like an intern meetings of the foundation, how the project was working, what is the advance, what we need to do the next year, something like that. But they are working with all the focus about the communities. Sorry. This is the picture of the community of the Open Source Computer Summit in Mexico. A lot of people, very, 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 very good community over there. Federico was in this event in 2019. This picture is at the beginnings of the semester, when begins the project, the guys make a presentation, like a speech, like this presentation, 15 minutes, sharing to with the people of the other universities, what is the project that they are in development over the semester, over the year, and at the end of this year, they share the end of the project. But this kind of the activities strong the collaboration, the open collaboration between they, and to can create any kind of projects over this philosophy or ideology about communities. So with these things, I hope do you like it's like an invitation, because our the DICA Foundation is a global NGO non-profit foundation that we are working to strengthen the technologies, the open source technologies, the collaborative innovation. I'm sorry, and we want to share with Genome Foundation and with you, everyone, and all. And at the same time, we have a lot of talent in this community, And we are sure our guys can integrate to equips to genome solution development, some teams around Genome Foundation that need some talent, that need some developers, that wants to help to strong any kind of project that you are working, the community, the talent they are. Q&A tasks over genome solution and apps, and translation of genome solution and apps. We are ready. We are happy to work with you, and will be amazing to can collaborate with you. Scheduling training programs about Linux over GNOME, obviously, organizing GNOME specialized events. I was see that. I was found that in the internet. I think it's for this year. It's Google Summer of Code projects from Genome Foundation. Yeah, I was look for that. It's a very, very good projects about the Google Summer of Code. We are working for the DICA Foundation to be leaders of projects and to launch from Google Summer of Code to reach the talent from any place in the world to work in this kind of projects. I want to see in this, specifically in this project for Genome Foundation for Google Summer of Code, we want to be considered to work with you and to work to create any kind of project. So that's all for me right now. Thanks for attend. I hope that you like what we are working in Mexico and Latam, and we could be happy to work with you, to collaborate with you any place that where you are. Thank you for attending.
Hello? Okay, so if there are any questions from the crowd, just raise your hand and I'll try to come as soon as possible. And if we have any questions online, Caroline will let us know. Yep.
Which university in Brazil are you looking into working with?
It's in Portuguese. It's PUC in Porto Alegre.
We can talk later then.
Okay. You are
Brazil.
from Porto Alegre?
No, I'm from São Paulo,
Okay.
but we have some universities there too, so you know.
Okay, we are ready. We are ready.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Pedro.
Yeah, this is why these talks are so important. They really establish connections, and yeah, it's a very good way to start collaborations. So any other questions, anyone? So you must have been very clear.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Manuel, for your presentation. We still have a few minutes until the last talk, so we start at 11:40, so we can probably just take a break, get a coffee, and see you in a while. For everyone in the venue, we have the coffee always at the coffee corner. Everyone at home, yeah, feel free to prepare your own coffee, and we'll see you here in a while.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second day of GUADEC 2023. So, before we start with the next presentation, I just want to make a quick announcement for all attendees that are attending online, that are watching the conference online. In the email that you received for the attendees, you have a link that redirects to the Matrix chat where you can ask questions during the presentations. Check your email and find the Matrix chat, okay? So now we are going to continue with the next presenter, and he's Matthias Klassen. He's going to talk about GTK status update. There you go.
Yeah. Good morning, thanks for coming. If you want to learn about OpenQA, you want to go to the small room where Sam is giving an exciting talk. I would love to go to that actually, but instead I'm here and try to entertain you. So when I submitted this talk, I called it a GTK4 status update, but when I sat down to actually write my notes, it turned into more a general retrospective of GTK development, so I changed the title to just a GTK status update. I hope it's still interesting. And why am I giving this talk now? GTK4 is now a few years old, I think 3 years, so kind of reaching middle age for a stable library API. So it's time to take a look back and take a look forward. And is that closer? Okay. I hope you can hear me online. Right, so I've been involved with GTK for a long time. Not quite from the beginning, though. If you want to learn about GTK1, you have to find Federico or Jonathan in the audience and ask them questions. I've been involved since early GTK2. And as Emanuele told us yesterday, we can keep working on GTK forever, so I choose to view that as a positive outlook, because I enjoy working on GTK quite a lot. And yes, GTK2 was released quite a while ago now, in 2002. And maybe that means we are getting a little older. Back then, the important things were Cairo and Pango, so high-quality rendering and international text. Those things are still important nowadays, and we still. Yes, it has been with us for quite a while. And we got stuck with a stable GTK2 API for too long, I would say, and eventually we convinced ourselves that change is necessary. So back then, all of our struct APIs were exposed in the headers and all the classes were public, so it was much harder to do changes without breaking our users. So a big part of the effort to get to GTK3 was what we called sealing, basically hiding all the struct fields from the headers and adding padding to all the classes so we can do internal changes without breaking our API users. But we also added a few features in the GTK3 era. One thing to mention here is the Wayland support, which was brand new back then. So we had a first version of a Wayland backend. And we started to use CSS for styling and theme rendering. Yes. And one of the big takeaways from the experience of getting stuck on GTK2 for too long is that we told ourselves we did not want to get stuck for 10 years again. So I think it was at a GTK Hackfest in Toronto in 2016, we set out to start working on GTK4. And it turned out that it took us roughly 4 years to get from the initial plan to a final GTK4 release. And we did manage to avoid getting stuck for 10 years on a stable API, but just barely by cranking out the 4.0 release as the year 2020 was drawing to a close. So 9 years and a bit. And a lot of work went into GTK4. We have a whole new rendering system using render nodes and OpenGL. And we put in place replacements for the cell renderer-based widgets of the GTK2 era. Those are the ones you probably know: the tree view, icon view, combo box, and the file chooser as well. And the new widgets that we have now are list view, grid view, drop down. Those are the replacements. And now that we've done through a few of these efforts to get to a new major version, what have we learned? One insight is that it's pretty hard to make big changes in a big code base with a small team. It's, of course, a pretty universal experience in open source, or in free software. There's always more work to be done than we have resources for. And the GTK team is maybe 5 core contributors, stretching it a little bit, and maybe 10 to 15 semi-regular contributors. So that's a pretty small team for a code base of almost 1 million lines of code. But we still try to get things done. Also, I think our quality expectations have risen over the years. We do pay a lot of attention to every new API that we put out nowadays. We want to make sure that they make sense and they are obvious and don't have any gotchas in them that gets people tricked. And we also want to have complete documentation, and ideally we want to have some tests for every new API that we add. So there's a lot of extra work that we may not have done in the GTK2 era, for example. So that doesn't make it easier. And there is a significant tension, I would say, between wanting to deliver high quality or even perfect results and getting new things out to application developers who want to try things out and are maybe happy with something that is only semi-perfect. For the last, I would say, year of GTK4 development, I was pushing strongly for getting things done because I was mindful of the 10 years that we didn't want to hit, and Benjamin would have preferred to have more time to finish the list view APIs and make sure that things are perfect. But sometimes you have to just say, good enough is good enough, and we put it out, and we can always try again later. So what has worked well in GTK4? I would say one thing that has worked out really well for us is the introduction of libIterator and splitting the more application-focused code into separate libraries that lets the GTK team focus more on plumbing and infrastructure, while the libIterator team builds amazing, modern, adaptive widgets on top. And also, libIterator has grown its own community of contributors, which, of course, we would like to have more people contributing directly to GTK as well, but if people build widgets in libIterator, that's still fantastic and a big win for us. So I would say that has worked out pretty well for us. And also, having libIterator around and all the new widgets that are being prototyped there, I think has contributed significantly to building new applications on top of GTK4 and building enough momentum to make us successful with that. So what hasn't worked out so well? Bringing applications along is always a struggle. If you revise your API and you force everybody to port, that's annoying for most people who were maybe happy with the old API or could live with the limitations, and now we're forcing them to do extra work. And in particular for bigger applications, that is quite a struggle. It is much easier to write a new small application directly focusing on targeting the new API. If you port an existing code base, you always have to fight regressions and deal with changes that maybe break what you already have in place. But we're finally starting to see mid-size applications like Nautilus using GTK4. That's a good sign. Of course, we are not counting the days to a GTK4 port of the GIMP quite yet, but I hear that the GTK3 port is almost done. So that's nice. It is very positive, though, that there's active work going on to port Inkscape to GTK4. Somebody's even getting paid to do that work, which is amazing. Right. One more item to the list of what has not worked so well is cross-platform support is always a struggle. We just don't have enough resources and not enough people who know Windows and OS X well enough to keep our support up to par or make it better. It's a bit of a struggle, and if anybody feels inspired to work on that, that would be very, very fantastic and helpful. Right, switching gears a little bit, I want to stop talking about the past and looking towards the future. First, I'll look at the short-term outlook. Currently, the current GTK 4 release is 4.10, and what we've discussed is we'll do a 4.12 release shortly after GUADEC, probably next week or the week after. And I wanted to briefly touch on the new things you can expect in GTK 4.12. First item on the list is list view improvements. I mentioned earlier that Benjamin would have liked to have more time to finish things up, so there's some work left to be done in list views. In particular, now that we have applications starting to use these new widgets, we get feature requests for things that are missing. And one thing that we will introduce in 4.12 is customizable tab behavior. So this screenshot is trying to show what happens if you hit your tab key to navigate. Like the initial focus, if you open this window, will be on the search button in the top left. If you hit tab, then you get the focus moved to the menu button on the top right. You hit tab again, then you are in the sidebar. And what was happening so far is that now you have to hit tab, 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 tab to go through the whole sidebar until you get to where you actually want to go, which is the notebook with the content. So that is maybe the right behavior for some lists, but clearly not in this scenario. So we've added a setting to make that changeable so that you can have just a single tab location for the whole sidebar, and the next tab will move the focus out of the list again. If that's the thing you need, you can look for an API called GTK List View Set Tab Behavior. Another new thing that we are introducing in 4.12 is support for sections. As you can see here in the screenshot, the dark gray rows are the section headings, and I apologize for the styling. That is very much provisional. We would love to have some better styling for that, if you can. So there's a new API in the list view that lets you set a header factory, which generates the widgets for these header rows. And there's a section model interface that your list models can implement, and many of our list models already implement out of the box, which lets you group these items into sections. That is relatively straightforward for lists, and as you can see in this demo, it works. It is a lot more interesting for grids, which is why the corresponding grid view APIs have not landed yet. We still need to finish that up and add support for that. And just before the talk, Niels showed me that he's working on using sections in contacts. So there's already users for this. Yay. That's great. Here's one more screenshot of list views in action. I just wanted to throw that in here because I think it looks pretty cool. This is the new sysprof UI that will be used in GNOME 45. And Christian is making heavy use of list models and of list views there. And I think he's pretty happy with the results. And it's cool to see this kind of use of our new widgets, and it's panning out. Right, moving on to my list of things to look forward to in 4.12. The next item is better accessibility. There's been a bit of a surge in interest recently in making accessibility work again. So we spent some time earlier this cycle going through all the widgets in GTK4 and making sure that the accessible attributes make sense and that Orca reads the right things when you actually try it out. There was some problematic cases there, like GTK4 has a pattern of nested buttons, as we call them, where we have all these specialized button widgets like a menu button or a font button or some more buttons. And all of these are done by having the top level widget be just a wrapper, and inside of the wrapper is the actual toggle button widget, which does the button functionality. And the problem with that is that the application developer in the UI file only interacts with the top level wrapper, say the menu button. But when the focus moves into the widget, it actually ends up on the toggle button on the inside, and that is what Orca sees. So there's a bit of a mismatch between the widget that is handled in the UI file and the widget that is visible to the accessibility tools. And we had to do some workarounds to make the right things happen there so that the accessible attributes are matched between the wrapper and the actual button. But that should be better in 4.12. Another new thing regarding accessibility is that we added what I call the accessibility overlay. That is a feature in the GTK inspector that you can just use in your application to get an impression of where accessibility attributes might be missing, and you get these red or blue overlays there. It's a bit of meant as an easy self-help tool for application developers to just get a gut check if the UIs are accessible or not. It's not perfect, as all these things never are, but it's probably good enough to fix the worst mistakes and then get some more feedback from people who actually rely on Orca. Right, there's more things in 4.12. Another area I wanted to highlight is better texture support. This is largely driven by feature requests from application developers. The loop developers wanted to support all possible variations of PNG, so there's grayscale and alpha-only PNGs, apparently. So we added support for that to our texture machinery. And another improvement here is update regions. That's something that is useful for the libmks effort. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but Bilal has spent some time working on that. I'll have a better explanation of that on the next slide, but I quickly wanted to mention that most of these things are done via our new GDK GL texture builder API, which is like an auxiliary builder object where you can like collect all the little attributes and properties before you create a texture object. And these update regions and the color format are examples of these properties that you can collect. Right, so what are update regions? GTK normally renders a window like this. We'll have a complex render node tree, and we pass that to our renderer, and the renderer will diff the render node tree with the one for the previous frame and find out that only small amounts have changed, like the widgets here that are overlaid in pink, the spinners, the video, and maybe the progress bar. Those are the only changes between the previous frame and this frame, so our renderer will only render those parts, which is pretty nice. But if you're rendering this window in a different way, say you're rendering it remotely via RDP or you're in a VM, then it's likely that we'll only pass a single texture for the whole window to whatever is doing the final rendering. And all this information about the amount of change is lost. And update regions are a mechanism to attach this extra information to the texture so that if we finally get a texture on the GTK side again, we can use the information about update regions to avoid drawing the full thing if only a small part changed. Okay, last item I wanted to mention here for 4.12 is deprecations. That's maybe not the most exciting topic, but I wanted to set some expectations here. We've started introducing deprecations in the last release 4.10, and we continue doing that in the next release. But there's no urgent need to keep your code-based deprecation clean. The only reason we introduce them now is as an early warning for things we will eventually want to remove if we get around to doing GTK 5. But we haven't even started GTK 5 development yet, so you can just ignore these deprecations until the time comes to do a GTK 5 port, which is probably at least 3 to 5 years away, so there's no need to jump to actions on these. Right, switching gears again, I want to look a little bit into the longer-term future, what comes beyond GTK 4.12. And at the last GTK Hackfest last winter in Brussels, we talked about this, and we set ourselves a goal that we wanted to start moving on GTK 5 development before the end of this year. So the idea was that we'll open a 490 branch and we'll start doing work that is API breaking, like removing deprecated widgets and that sort of thing. But before we get there, it is maybe worth asking the question, do we even need a GTK5? I mean, GTK4 is a somewhat successful toolkit now. As I said, we even have major applications like Inkscape looking at adopting it. So maybe it would be more beneficial for us to try and keep GTK4 development active and going for a little longer to support those efforts before we break the API again and annoy everybody with a need to port to a new version. So there's two sides to this question. And to come to conclusions, maybe we should look a little bit at what kind of things you would actually want to do in the longer term future. You can look at that yourself in GitLab. In our issues, there's a label GTK5, which I've used liberally over the years to tag things that we might want to do in the far distant future. So there's 30 to 50 items. This is just a list of highlights. Obviously, the first item here is taking care of the deprecations, shedding some weight. As I said, the GTK team is pretty small, so if we can reduce the amount of lines of code that we have to maintain, that's a win for us. So we want to certainly drop the deprecated widgets. That includes completing the move from the cell renderer-based widgets of the GTK2 era to the new list model-based ones, and finally getting rid of the tree view and the icon view and all these other widgets. But we also discussed possibly shrinking our scope a little bit, and in those cases where libadwaita has better replacements for, say, like a GTK notebook, maybe we don't need GTK notebook anymore because there's the, what's it called, Adwaita tab view and all those variants of tabbed widgetry that Adwaita provides that are more feature-rich and more modern and are generally used in new applications. So that's the first item. The next item on this list is a new unified renderer. That's something that Benjamin has been working on for a while. He picked back up the experimental Vulkan renderer that we've carried along since before GTK 4.0 and started working on it, making it production ready. One of the goals here is to maybe add an abstraction layer in the middle so we can use the same renderer for both Vulkan and GL. So that'll give us not just a production-ready Vulkan renderer, but also a new GL renderer. Another goal here, maybe further out in the future, is to be able to maybe move all our rendering into a thread, so we don't have to do this on the main thread anymore. That would be a nice advantage. The next item on this list is support for paths. And with that I mean like Bezier curves, as you see them in Inkscape or any other drawing tool, as a primitive that applications can use. I mean, that would be nice. Currently our render node API is somewhat limited to things you can do with rectangles or rounded rectangles. Maybe if you make a rounded rectangle very round, it becomes a circle, but that's more or less the limit of what you can easily do with our current API without bending it too much. So that's a bit limiting. And having paths as first-class object would certainly add a lot of expressiveness to our rendering. So we've spent quite a bit of time working on this. It's a difficult thing to make robust, but I think what we have now is pretty close to something that we can merge. One main missing piece here was that we had no way to render paths with our GL renderer or Vulkan renderer. For rendering, we were still falling back to Cairo, which is not something that we want to merge. Thankfully, Benjamin has started working on a shader that can render paths, and it's looking promising. So that might close that gap and enable us to merge paths support. One more item on the list is new text rendering. That's a big and somewhat fuzzy topic. Almost 2 years ago now, I spent a while working on revising Pango APIs. I have a branch that I call Pango 2, which has new font map APIs, which are a little less clunky than the old ones, and turned Pango layout inside out, basically making the line breaking available outside of a layout object. Those things need to be integrated in GTK in some way, and I don't quite know what shape that will take. It might end up being the case that we want to merge that into GTK itself and get rid of Pango as a dependency so we can do things internally and revise things more radically. That remains to be seen. There's also a long-standing desire to take the GTK text view and maybe give it a better storage backend, like the GTK. There's a B tree underneath that is coming from the early 2000s or even older, and nobody dares touching it. So eventually we want to replace that. But that is very much open-ended and not clear. And yes, yesterday Emanuele talked about ideas of maybe introducing support for other languages than C in GTK itself. So we can attract new contributors that may not be C old hands. That's another item that we can put on the GTK5 list. But if you listen to Emanuele yesterday, that's also still in the undecided and neat experiments phase. So yeah, that's a sampling of things we may want to do in GTK5 or in the long-term future of GTK. Whether it needs to be in GTK5, actually I wanted to go through this list quickly and evaluate that. Obviously the first item, dropping dependencies, is a thing that we only do when we get ready to do a GTK5 release. So that's clearly tied to having a 490 branch. The new renderer and also the path API are things that we can quite plausibly do in GTK4 actually. The renderer, we have already replaced our GL renderer once during the GTK4 era, and we introduced what we call NGL. And we can do that again. That is not a problem. There's not really any APIs there that we would break. And the path rendering is just adding new APIs, so that is also a fairly harmless thing to do. And in fact, I think we will possibly see both of these in GTK, in the next GTK4 release after 4.12. The new text rendering and possibly using Rust are a lot more undefined things that are probably better off in a GTK5 timeframe. So it's a bit of a mix. Some things we should probably put into GTK4, and some will have to wait for GTK5. We will discuss that on Saturday in our GTK BOF, and I want to invite all of you to come and give us your thoughts on that and help us solve these questions. And that was pretty much all I had to say today, so thank you for listening. If you have questions.
1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. So we have 10 more minutes left. If anyone has any questions, raise your hands. Okay. We have one question. Oh, no, we don't know. Oh, sorry.
So do you have any plans on what to do on these other platforms that have something like Direct3D and OpenGL, Metal, because the OpenGL drivers are typically not very good, and Apple might at any point just say, okay, starting from tomorrow, OpenGL doesn't work.
I think it would be saying too much if we have plans. Obviously, yeah, it would be great to have native Direct3D or native Metal renderers. But that depends on somebody showing up who has the expertise and the time to implement those. It would be great to have, yes. Not sure if there's more to say, Emanuele.
Okay, I'll be right there. So in the meantime, hello? So in the meantime, we also have the online chat. If you want to ask questions, feel free to write them there.
Thank you. So the for like Direct3D, DirectX, whatever on Windows, yeah, that would be great. I think it's more probable to have somebody show up to do that than having a metal render on macOS. I don't think there is any chance that Apple will say no, from tomorrow OpenGL doesn't work anymore. I mean, they already have a ridiculously tiny market share. If they kneecap themselves by removing that, it's entirely up to them. I don't care. But the main issue is not GTK support for this. It's the subset of people that understand how to write a toolkit on macOS and Windows, and the subset of people that can do that for GTK is very, very, very small already. So if they haven't showed up by now, I'm not entirely sure they will show up later on. As such, we remain best effort on anything that is not Linux at this point, because that's the reality of the community. It would be great if people showed up, honestly. We try to be welcoming in terms of resources and support. I think we should probably do a lot better in terms of internal documentation for people writing new code, so that they don't have to do what Christian did and basically learn how to make a GDK backend by figuring out how, reverse engineering the toolkit. Not everyone is smart as Christian, so probably we should make it easier, and that's on us. Other than that, at most we can offer our support and our sympathies. But, yeah.
Yeah, I think a slightly related question that sometimes comes up is, what about Android? Should we have an Android backend? And yes, that would be fantastic, but none of us has the expertise or the resources to do that ourselves. And that also has some different challenges compared to, say, a Windows backend. On Android, you have to work with Kotlin, and we talked about that earlier today. There's some extra complications there that make that more challenging.
Okay, so we have one more question here. Please remember it, don't forget it.
Yeah, actually quite a lot of questions about GTK, but I guess I will remember them at the time when Bird of Feather starts. The one thing I remembered though was, is there any idea where we could have support for other primitives in the snapshot? Because currently you can't draw the line there. You have to. You have to kind of use the backwards compatibility with Cairo. But I would love to draw more things with the snapshot instead.
Yeah, so I tried to mention that when I talked about paths. That's an example of a richer primitive that would also be exposed as we would have a snapshot API that lets you take a path and say another render node, and then you can fill the path with whatever's in that render node.
Okay, that sounds nice.
It's a more versatile drawing API.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, but you're right. The Cairo node is otherwise the fallback for whenever you need to draw something else.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, compliments? Online?
All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Matthias, for your presentation. So now we have our lunch break, so see you, everyone, right after lunch.
Bilal El Musawi, who will be talking about the state of our Rust bindings. Bilal has been quite active in both FlatHub and Rust as it relates to GNOME. I think oxidizing nearly everything.
No.
Is that accurate?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I'm excited for this talk and can't wait to hear about the bindings.
Thank you. So, hey everyone. Today we'll be talking about the state of the Rust bindings. So I will start with a quick presentation. I work as a software engineer at Red Hat. I'm also a GNOME developer for a few years now. And I maintain way too many Rust grades. What are the Rust bindings? The Rust bindings are basically wrappers of the GObject-based C libraries. They are intended to be one-to-one APIs that are safe and convenient to use. And these bindings are mostly automatically generated with a tool that, unfortunately, is also named Giro. So which bindings exist so far? We have no presentation. Yeah, it's back. I forgot that. So far, we have a lot of bindings that we have split the last couple of years into multiple repositories. The main ones are what we call the GTK Rust core libraries that are shared between the GStreamer bindings and the GTK ones. And they are composed of glib, GEO, which are mostly manually written, and Pango, Cairo, Graphene. And we also have GTK4 bindings, which are in a very good shape. And the GTK3 ones are sadly in maintenance mode. We'll probably deprecate them after the next release. And we also have a lot of random libraries like Poplar, SOAP3, and other stuff. So who uses these bindings? So far we have approximately 35 GStreamer elements that are written in Rust. We also have LibreSVG who use the bindings through glib, Pango, Cairo. And also there is this fancy new library by Marc-André called the Remote Display Widget. And also somehow RPM-OS3 is using Rust nowadays in a mixture with C and C++, who knows why. And there are a lot of fancy applications nowadays written in Rust, like Paperplane, which is a Telegram client, Spotify client, and Podman, and fancy stuff. We have also 3 new GNOME core applications written in Rust. The first one was GNOME Tour, and recently there is Loop, which is an image viewer, and Snapshot, which is a camera application. But not only in core applications we are using Rust. As you can see from this diagram made by Sophie a few months ago, you can tell that Rust is quite dominant in the amount of circle applications. We don't have the exact number of how many applications exist, but it gives an idea. And this is a quick screenshot of some of these applications that are written in Rust. So what about the rest of the platform? Because the bindings themselves are not enough. We have Zishan, who wrote a very fancy dbus library. And also there is nowadays a dbus broker built on top of ZBus. We have a portals wrapper that I wrote a few years ago. I don't remember. And we also wrote recently, a year or so ago, a replacement of libsecret. The main reason why we did that is that libsecret didn't allow us to migrate the secrets from the host to the sandbox, as it uses a file backend, and that's a private API, so we decided to write it in Rust. Currently, not that many applications use that, but it's more or less stable and works fine. And it's built on top of ZBus and integrates very well with the secret portal. There is also now a new library that provides a way for applications to make use of the camera, so that these fancy new mobile applications can make use of that once we have a working camera, of course. So what changed since the last time I gave this presentation, which was 2 years ago at COVID times? We have added GTK builder scope integration, which basically allows GTK to provide the list of the functions that are defined in the composite templates. We have now this fancy macro that you can attach to your implementation of your widget. And you can, as you can see from the snippet code, that you can also make use of asynchronous functions. And it will automatically create a main context and spawn the async function there. So it saves you a bit of code and it makes it much easier for the user to use. And I did a quick example there that calls the portal to get the color picker and print it to the user. I can see that there is a mistake there, but it's fine. We have also recently merged, last release, we merged a new procedural macro that allows to generate properties, boilerplates, as that was one of the main pain points in using, in writing custom objects. Someone from the community, I forgot his name, I'm sorry, who wrote most of the macro, and I spent a bit of time to finish the remaining parts so we can land it. You just have to annotate every field in your struct with get sets, and you can set your custom setter, for example, and it will generate a getter function, setter function, and also a notify one, so that you don't have you won't mistype the property name, for example. It works very well. There are still some missing cases that we don't handle properly, but something to improve in the future. Marc-André also added the bindings for Windows backend of GDK to make his RDW library works on Windows as well. And we also have reduced allocations by introducing a lot of correction sites. These are not intended to be used by the end user of the bindings. They are mostly reducing allocations by the bindings themselves when interacting with CAPI. There are also some other works that Sebastian did, but he's not around to explain that. So I'm going to skip all the complicated bits. We have also did a huge amount of work to improve the documentation. I believe we have the best bindings documentation ever. No joke about that. We are now displaying the list of properties and signals, so we can make use of the fancy GDocgen annotations so that when you click on a property, it will properly explain what that property does and whether it's writable, readable. We have also recently started implementing virtual method support. So we have documentation for virtual functions and also class methods. And Julian have added more chapters in the GTK4 Rust book because, yes, we have a book, like any Rust library. So what to look forward to? We have a lot of plans, a lot of issues, but too little contributors. So in case you want to learn Rust, you can reach out. So we would like to add a macro to generate the signals because for now it's a bit manual, which is sad. And it's also much more complicated to handle than properties. There are more cases and we don't have a way to attach that to the struct itself. It needs to work. Also, we want to make sure that the new macros we add can be used together so we can simplify things in the future and have one GeoObject macro that does most of the things for you. And we also would like to move glib wrapper to a procedural macro so that you don't have to remember all the macros you have to write yourself. Another thing that we would like to land as soon as possible is internationalization support without going through the GitX crate. The main point of that crate is that it ships a copy of GitX in its tarball so that it can compile on Windows. So that's all the Rust applications. Tarballs are like 10 megabytes larger without any reason. We would like also to land some of the work in progress changes we have to reduce allocations when interacting with strings. And also support the newest introspection annotations like the final ones and the getter setter functions, which we don't support yet. So what else to look forward to is a new release. Sadly, I wanted to make a release before the presentation, but I had to revert everything because I messed up. So you can reach out to us. We have a very active matrix room with almost 1,000 people that can answer most of your questions, hopefully. But no complaints with that. You also have a website with the list of all the links to the most important informations. And yeah, that's it more or less. Thank you. And any questions? I have a lot of time, but if you have any questions, I'm
Hello? The current version is 0.17, right? Except that like GTK4 is at 0.6. Would you consider standardizing the version number to make it easier to describe what platform level?
Yes and no, because we have various bindings. For example, if recently we added the bindings of lib spelling that Christian wrote, and it doesn't make sense to release the first version as 0.17. And these libraries are not really synchronized with each other, so it doesn't make that much sense. Sometimes the GTK Rust core libraries will get a release, but not GTK4 and vice versa. So synchronizing them is a bit hard, and it's work that we cannot really promise to do, especially that we are only 3 of us maintaining hundreds of crates. Yeah, still 12 minutes.
Test. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
good. One thing that you mentioned for the things to look forward to was to integrate the internationalization, is really a hard word, into the GTKIS core crate.
Yeah.
I've seen there's already work being done. How much work is actually left until that could be merged, or until that could be integrated?
I really don't remember, so I will have to look into that. But yeah, hopefully we will land that in the next release.
Thanks.
How often are you doing new releases? This new release now seems very convenient because it's lining up with 45 beta. Are you following the GNOME release schedule, or?
In the past, we used to do a release whenever we had the time, but we are trying to make a new release nowadays each 6 months, month before the GNOME release, so the applications can update with the latest changes. So yeah, so twice a year if all goes as expected.
Have a working mic now.
So how is GTK RS standing outside of GNOME? Like, is it the go-to graphic toolkit for writing Rust applications these days?
Yes. No joke about that. Most of the graphical toolkits written in Rust are not really complete, and they are lacking a lot of the features, especially on Linux. So the GTK Rust bindings are the go-to recommendation for everyone who wants to write. I mean, they are not as convenient and are not that rusty as other crates, but they are working, which is the most important part.
I have a question. Do you know the states of creating libraries using Rust and having it directly available as GR objects?
I mean, it's possible to do that today. As I mentioned, LibreSVG does that. There is also RDW and the libaperture. No, not yet. There are libraries doing that, but we don't have a way to generate the C header file and also, or a way to generate the XML, the GR file and the typelab directly from the Rust code. That will require probably a lot of work, but no one showed up to do that. And we have our plates full. So maybe something for the faraway future. But the thing is that there are also other options for generating bindings from Rust directly, so it's difficult to say whether it would make sense or not.
I also have a question. I was wondering, for the internationalization changes, is the plan to still couple that with like xgit text support?
Yes, I think the plan is to just go through the glib internationalization header file directly and call this C function, so we don't have to depend on getx to the Rust crate. But it will still go through getx at the end of the day.
Any other questions?
Hi, now it's working. I was wondering, how long do you think it will take until GTK will have a somewhat stable API between releases?
Never. Because if it's stable, we cannot do any improvement to the API, and we have been heavily spending time on that. So maybe in 10 years or something. By that time, GTK 5 will be released, so we'll be starting again from scratch.
Fair enough, yeah.
But in the recent release, the amount of changes are very minimal. So we don't do that just to piss off people. A little bit. No more questions?
Anyone?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Bilal. And I think we have 6 minutes until our next talk, which will be right here with Philip, who is over here. So if you want to stretch your legs, maybe grab a coffee, you do have a little surprise break.
Thank you, and thanks to all the contributors, of course.
Hello. Hello, hello. We're getting ready to start our next talk. So I know there are lots of stimulating conversations about how to oxidize more of GNOME happening. But up next we have the first of two talks relating to JavaScript in GNOME. For this talk we will have Philip Comento and Sunny Piers giving it. Philip is the current main maintainer, I guess, of GJS, which is the JavaScript bindings for GNOME, and also a wielder of the big hammer, so to speak. He is my former GSOC mentor and a longtime JavaScript person within GNOME. Sunny has also been a contributor to JavaScript now for several years, bringing in exciting new ideas, specifically around, I think, incorporating web technologies and new ways to get newcomers involved in JavaScript for GNOME. So I'm very excited for this presentation, and I hope you all enjoy. Yeah, I will start the timer.
All right, I better get talking then. Thank you all for coming. This is a bit of a new way of presenting this talk. Like usually it's me running through some slides very fast, but yeah, so we, as Evan mentioned, we actually have 2 sessions now and 3 presenters, and we would have had 4. But yeah, so there's no shortage of talks about your favorite blazing fast memory safe language. So this talk is going to be me talking about new features that you can expect in, or that we're releasing in GNOME 44 and that you'll be able to expect in GNOME 45. And then Sunny will talk about some of the exciting community things that have happened over the past year. And then tomorrow, don't miss that one, you'll get Sunny again talking about tooling, and Evan talking about TypeScript. So yeah, you have all the JavaScript you could possibly want. So I'll get started on the new features. So as this part is going to be kind of similar to the other talks that I've given in previous years. I'll be talking about what's new and what's next. If you've been to this talk before in previous years, you probably know the format. This part is going to be aimed at people who write code for GNOME in JavaScript. So that could be inside GNOME shell, it could be apps, it could be shell extensions, it could even be command line scripts, because you can write those with GJS as well. GJS is GNOME's own JavaScript engine for these purposes. It's an extended version of the JavaScript engine from the Firefox browser, which is called SpiderMonkey. In past years, I've often included a section in the talk on various ways to modernize your code. But actually, nowadays, Firefox is running a pretty modern JavaScript, and therefore so are we. There's no long backlog of modern features to implement. So yeah, there's still some exciting new language features, but there's nothing earth-shaking like there was when we introduced ES6 classes. And also these days, thanks to the hard work of a lot of people on community, including my co-presenters and Sri and Andy, we have a lot more visibility for these improvements nowadays. We have better documentation, a more active community. Sonny will be talking about that. All right. As usual, this slide deck is also meant to be a resource that you can consult later. So there are links in it. Obviously, you can't click the links if you're watching it on the screen here or on the stream, but you can go to this address and view it yourself and click on the links. Right. So what do we see in GNOME 44 and 45? I'll use these little circled icons on each slide to show what version of GNOME this is appearing in. And if you see a hat emoji, that is me tipping my hat to the person who contributed it. So one thing you might have noticed recently when we got top-level await is that if you started using top-level await dynamic imports and promises in your code, and it suddenly might freeze instead of completing an asynchronous I/O operation. This is actually not a new bug. It was already a trap, but it used to be very difficult to get into. But now that we have top-level await, it's a bit easier to accidentally fall into it. So it took a while to figure out what was going on here. At least once I ran into the problem myself in when I was porting an example app to use promise I/O operations. And I assumed that because the app froze, it was something wrong with the I/O operation, and I was calling it incorrectly. And it's not a quirk of how promises resolve in JavaScript. So I kind of shoved it mentally onto the I'll debug this later pile. But Evan actually identified the problem and found a workaround that could be used immediately, and also found a better solution that we released in GNOME 44. So here's some code. It's two files. One file dynamically imports another file. So what happens here, a dynamic import is a promise, at least to the JavaScript engine. It's an asynchronous operation. So launch.js imports main.js. Main.js launches an async file operation. That's also a promise. And so what it's supposed to happen is when the import promise resolves, then the file operation promise is next in the queue, and that's also supposed to resolve. But we have this line up here, this call to the run method, which, G main loop run, GTK main, all of those, G application run, all of those are blocking calls. So the import never finishes, and so the file operation is stuck forever because it's queued to finish after. It finishes, but it's queued to resolve after the import promise resolves. So that's kind of a limitation of how the JavaScript language is specified. Promises cannot resolve in a nested way. And the solution that Evan came up with is a very simple change in your code. You replace app.run with await app.run async. So what happens here is that we schedule the call to the main loop as its own promise, and that finishes when the blocking call is done, so it doesn't block the other promises from resolving. And so that way the module load can resolve, and then the other promises can resolve as well. So the guidelines for making sure that you don't fall into this trap in your app are very simple. Just always use await run async instead of run. Just always do that. I don't think there's any situation in which it's harmful to do that. So, but this is an evil trap for unsuspecting programmers like you and me, and we don't want those in our platform. So it would be great if we could have some sort of a linter rule that would just warn you not to call run. So that's a nice project if somebody feels like working on that. You'd help everybody in the community not freeze their apps. All right. We have loads and loads of performance improvements in GNOME 44 and 45, thanks to Marco over there. The biggest thing, to my great embarrassment, we were not actually properly using address sanitizer in our checking code for merge requests. So actually a bunch of merge requests got through that had memory leaks. Marco found this out and not only fixed the problem, but also fixed all of the memory leaks that had crept in. So thank you. And then, he's done loads more, but these were the two biggest ones. The other biggest one was these dramatic performance improvements in the legacy signals module, which is used a lot in GNOME Shell. So thank you. We are going to upgrade the JavaScript engine. We do usually at least once every year, we do an upgrade to the next long-term support release of the Firefox engine. So why we do this, it brings in newer editions of the JavaScript language, it brings in security updates, and we already have a pull request from Shiro Yao to upgrade to Firefox's ESR 115 version. And so I'll talk a little bit about what are the new things that you can expect in that. And this is targeted for GNOME 45. Actually, all of the new things are array methods. And most of them are also on typed arrays. Not too many people use typed arrays, but these are arrays like uint8 array, int32 array. They exist. You can use them if you like, and they'll have these methods. Oh yeah, I put some array cats on the slide. Find last index. This is the first set of new methods. These are like find and find index, but they start at the end. These are kind of nice to have. If you didn't have them, you could write them yourself, but this, having them stops you from accidentally making an off by one error when you write them yourself, which is something that I would totally do. Here's an example of how you might use them. There's a new set of non-mutating array methods. So this is kind of new. This is not something that JavaScript has really had before. I don't actually know if everybody calls them non-mutating array methods. That's what I call them. The proposal to add them to JavaScript was originally called change array by copy, which is even more of a mouthful. But some of my colleagues at Igalia actually worked on this proposal, adding the methods to SpiderMonkey. That's a cool way that my day job intersects with my volunteer work for GNOME. Anyway, these four methods: to reverse, to sorted, to spliced, and with. So the first three, to reverse, to sorted, and to spliced, they are copying versions of reverse, sort, and splice. Those ones you may be familiar with because they're array methods that have been part of JavaScript for like 20 years or something. But instead of changing the original array, they make a copy and return it to you. So it's a different object. And then with is kind of the same thing, but instead of setting an element in the array. So instead of changing the original array, it makes a copy of the array with that element changed. So why do you want this? The motivation is kind of that this non-mutating style of programming has become more popular, mainly due to popular web frameworks such as React, but it can also affect GNOME. For example, if we can have a GObject with a property that is a JavaScript array, and GObject properties have notify signals, but if you mutate the array, you're not going to get a notify signal. So it's kind of dangerous to do a reverse, like in this code example here, on an array that's a GObject property. That might break an invariant of your program if you're expecting that you get a notification when the array changes. But if you use to reverse and reassign it to the property, then you'll get a notification. There's array from async. This can be used to build an array from the results of an asynchronous iterator. Now that's something that's also a fairly new JavaScript concept, but thanks to Sonny, we have one. You can create an async iterator from a GIO input stream, and that's iterators are not used that often, but I think in the coming years they will be used more commonly because in the standardization pipeline there are also more iterator helper methods, which make this more and more attractive programming pattern to use. So you could do this with a for await loop before, but using this method is a bit more efficient because pushing each value into the array happens inside the JavaScript engine instead of in your code. Here's something that I really hope that we can land for GNOME 45, native async operations. This has been a really long-awaited feature. I'm sure everybody's heard me talking about it year after year. 2 outreachy interns have worked on pieces of it already, and Evan is now working on tying it all together. This is kind of an example of how you have to do something the old callback-based way. This is affectionately called the pyramid of doom because you have level after level after level of indentation and then have to unindent it all. So yeah, this is just 2 async operations chained after each other. So imagine if you had to chain 5 of them or something. That's where we get the pyramid of doom from. But the current way to do this, with the improvements from our previous outreachy internships, is you could, for each method, you can opt in to making it return a promise using an unofficial function that is a technology preview called _promesify. And once you do that, you can use await with these methods, and they'll return promises so that you can use await on them, and you don't have to pass callback parameters. So this was from Avi's internship in 2018. We've had it a long time already. People use it. So we're looking forward to making it official. So really, all we want to do is just the same thing, only you don't have to opt in for each method. It just works. And you could just comment out or delete these _promesify lines. So what the _promesify does is tie the start and finish functions together, and it relies on you, the programmer, to provide that information. Like what's the async function? What's the finish function? In order for it to be done automatically, we need to get that information from GObject introspection annotations. And as a result of Vina's internship in 2021, we have a merge request that adds those annotations, and it can put that information into the GIR files, which we load in GJS. And Evan has most recently worked on a C API so that we can access those annotations from GJS. And then the last bit left to do is to use that API in GJS, which there's also a draft for. So it's getting very close, GNOME 45. Another feature it's possible we might get for GNOME 45 is import maps. This still needs a bit of discussion on how exactly it would work and how it might be used. So we're looking for input on this. Import maps is originally a web feature. So there's a link on this slide to the HTML spec for import maps. But here's approximately how it works. So if you're importing something in JavaScript, you might know that you can't import what is called a bare word. So all imports either have to be a URL or a relative path, like starting, for example, with ./myfile.js. Bare word modules are reserved. The environment can provide them, so we do that. In GJS, we provide a built-in bare word module called system, which has system stuff on it, along with a few others. But if you try to import a bare word that we don't provide, you get an import error. So you can't just import foo. But with import maps, you can tell the environment that you want to map bare words to URLs or relative paths. And this is a separate JSON file, and you provide it to GJS when you start the interpreter. So GJS then makes those bare word modules available to your program, and behind the scenes it redirects it to the address that you give. So here, if you want foo to refer to a JavaScript file in your G resource, you can provide this import map, and then this code down here, import foo from foo, then it goes into your G resource and imports that file. So this, if I describe it like this, it's also kind of, yeah, okay, that's neat, but why would I want to do this? So some use cases could be to define all the API versions of your platform libraries in one place. So in our guidelines, we do actually have a recommendation for apps that you define these in your entry point, like add the little version tags to your GI imports so that you don't accidentally import more than one version. But putting it in one of your JavaScript files is kind of arbitrary. So maybe defining them in an import map makes more sense. And you could even use this to implement multi-version support. If your app, for example, could work with GTK3 or GTK4, you could give it a different import map depending on what you wanted to import. Or import a library if it's present on the system, and import a shim if the library isn't present on the system. You can do this now, but you have to use dynamic imports for that. That's kind of a pain. Another thing could be to implement something like Node.js module resolving, where you can import a bare word and it'll look for that module in your node modules directory. So your build tools might generate an import map like this. If you import Lodash, and then you can have a tool statically analyze your file and say, oh, Lodash, let's look in the node modules directory and write that in the import map. Another thing, I won't talk too long about this because Sony might talk about this tomorrow, but you could also have your, you could also import something from an online URL and have your build tools download and cache that and write that in an import map. But you might also use gResource for this in your build system. So there's more than one way to do this. So yeah, what we'd be interested in knowing is, would you be interested in using this? And what use case? What would you use it for? So we still have some questions to answer, but yeah, we'd love to hear from you about this. A bit farther in the future than 45, it looks like decorators are finally coming to JavaScript. Maybe in the next SpiderMonkey version after this one, we're not entirely sure, but there's some signs. So this is something that we've been planning for a long time, is writing your GObject classes with decorators, like you can do in PyGObject. It's really convenient. It's a more expressive replacement than using GObject.register class on everything. So we need to figure out the shape of this API. Would you use it if it existed, and what would you like it to look like if it existed? So let us know that as well. All right, about the big hammer, I'll give a short status update. If you want all the details, watch my talk from a few years ago at GUADEC 2019. So yeah, quick summary. This was an issue with the garbage collector in GJS holding on to objects longer than it should have because of the way that JavaScript objects and GObjects referencing each other can lead to sort of circular references. We have a workaround, thanks to Georges, called affectionately the big hammer that runs the garbage collector every 10 seconds to clean up these objects. Running the garbage collector every 10 seconds is obviously bad for performance. We've had a fix mostly finished for several years, but the problem is that if we merge it, then counterintuitively, GNOME Shell's memory usage will go up again because we're no longer over-collecting the garbage. And users do watch this stuff. And so if we do that without some sort of, way to quantitatively measure the benefit and also some clear messaging, then it can, it has the potential to turn into a public relations disaster with all sorts of articles published complaining about memory leaks and GNOME using more and more memory. So yeah, the only problems left to solve here are squishy, demotivating problems where it's not clear what success looks like. So we really need some help with those. There are also some coding tasks, but I feel pretty confident that those will get done. But yeah, if you can help measure and quantify the effect of the fix on GNOME Shell's performance and help figure out, like, is it actually better for users and how can we tweak it so that we make sure that it's better? If we have some numbers that are not just somebody running top and looking at the RSS size, which is what internet commenters generally do, so that we can sort of effectively show that this is a benefit, then that would be great. We really need that, and we really need help with a communication plan for when we merge it, so that we can figure out how to set expectations for users who have been awaiting this for a long time. So we'd love some help. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my co-presenter.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's a bit intimidating to go after Philip, but yeah, great presentation. But I'll try my best. Right. So I'm gonna talk about. I think I'm too tall for this. Can you hear? Yeah, it's good. Okay. I'm gonna talk about the community aspect of the GNOME JavaScript project. There's a lot to talk about. There's documentation, There is extensions and so on, but those have been talked about quite a lot in the past. I'm going to focus on just a couple of things, and right now I'm going to focus on apps. We've seen a growing number of apps targeting GNOME JavaScript. Full disclosure, a third of these are mine. So of course that helps, but then I realized that people started building apps with GNOME JavaScript because I had made examples of how to do that and just copy-pasted the code, which is wonderful. What I find interesting in this list is that it's being used for very different use cases. There's, for example, Clapper, which is a video player. It uses GNOME JavaScript for the UI. I think it's a good way to iterate quickly on the UI, right? Because it's just so low maintenance with JavaScript, very easy. And then they use C and GStreamer for the backend. There is this design tool. Oh, but I have a slide about that. Give me a second. There is Foliet, which is a very popular by now ebook reader that's been also around for a while. There's an app written in ClojureScript. So in Clojure, compiled to JavaScript, run inside JJS, which is interesting. There's been some movement also in TypeScript. We'll talk about this, or Evan will talk about this tomorrow. There is GNOME Maps, of course, which uses JavaScript for something that it wasn't really made for. It's a very interesting use case. Yeah, it's also used in very different ways. Some apps, they embed GNOME JavaScript, and then they start it from C or from C, like Polari does this. And then there's some apps that loads C libraries from using G-object introspection from JavaScript. So there's all sorts of ways that JavaScript is being used right now in those apps, and I'm quite excited about what's going to come next. One use case I mentioned is this app by Daniel Wood, which I thought was really interesting. They made a 2D, I don't know anything about this domain, so I hope I'm not saying anything wrong, but they made a 2D CAD design app. This is the PCB of the Raspberry Pi, and this is all interactive, right? It's not just for viewing, you can also like draw components, I guess, or circuits. Yeah, I really don't know anything about this. And I was really impressed with this work, so I got in touch with Daniel and I asked them why they use GNOME JavaScript. And they told me the history of the project. It started as an Ubuntu and Ubuntu phone app written in C++, QML, and JavaScript. I think they work in this domain professionally, and they wanted to have something sort of that would work also on phones for some reason. Maybe they do spend a lot of time doing 2D CAD in the subway, I don't know. But whatever, it's cool. I find it really nice. And then Ubuntu phone got like sort of canceled, and they thought, okay, what am I going to do with this? I have a bit of JavaScript. Oh, and I think by now they had already ported the whole like parser for this format and rendering engine from C++ to JavaScript, because they figured, okay, it's fast enough. I actually don't need to use C++ for this. And yeah, right, so Ubuntu phone got canceled, and then they thought, hey, I'm just going to turn this into a web app. Because they had the JavaScript, all the complexity, the backend written in JavaScript anyway. And I think then they got excited about GNOME progress on the platform, and they thought, okay, now I'm going to make a GNOME app out of this. And because they already had the whole backend written in JavaScript, it was a natural choice to use GNOME JavaScript. Yeah, give it a try. It's fun. It runs really well. And I like this example and this story because it shows why it's important to have like a broad range of support for languages in GNOME, and not like fight about which programming language is best, but rather like provide as much as we can and then get people into the GNOME project by, because their favorite language is JavaScript or TypeScript or C or Rust or whatever. Yeah. This is a bit controversial. It's not about, I'm not telling people not to do extensions, but I looked at the list of like the most popular extension for GNOME Shell, and a lot of them could be apps. And I think the reason why extensions are so popular still, it's because they're very easy to make. They're very easy to iterate on, or at least they were on X11. Now it's a bit harder, but and they're very easy to distribute. And I want to tell people who make extension, hey, now thanks to GNOME Builder and Flatpak and FlatHub, it's also very easy to make apps. So I encourage you to give it a try. You can, you can use GNOME Builder, select Create Project, choose JavaScript, and you have a pretty nice template to start with. Yeah. There's also, I'm going to go a bit more into like people and community right now. Before I do that, I need to introduce Workbench quickly and describe what it is. It's an app that I and other several contributors, such as Lorenz, is building. To put it simply, it's a sandbox for GNOME development. So you have a bunch of code on the left, a bit of GTK in the middle, and then you have a real-time preview on the right. And it's, yeah, I'll talk more about this tomorrow. I don't want to go too much into details now. You should come to the talk tomorrow. But yeah, the reason I'm introducing this is because I want to talk about Workbenchers. Workbench Summer 2023. It's sort of a team composed of 2 mentors, I and Andy, 2 GSOC students and 1 Outreachy students, which are in the room. But you can see them here. Akshay and Sriyansh, who, oh, this is not centered, that's okay. Yeah, they've been working with me and Andy for a couple of months now, adding, oh yeah, something I forgot to mention. There's a library on the top left corner of Workbench with a lot of demo and examples of what you can do with GNOME JavaScript or GTK in general, but also Vala. We also introduced, Lorenz introduced Vala support recently. Yeah, we've been working with these 2 amazing GSOC students this summer to add support to add a large number of demos to showcase the platform. It's similar to GTK demo, except it's more inspired by the Hague and how to do like specific patterns that the GNOME design team encourages and so on. It also demonstrates how to use libportal APIs for Flatpak and yeah, many other things. And there was also Jose, who is not here today, but this is a screenshot of that one time Jose managed to finish his camera demo using libportal and GStreamer GL sync bin, and I think it took him a week because there was a lot of complexity with pipewire and so on. And he was just so happy. He sent us this screenshot. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's a very nice adventure. It's still ongoing. We still have until, I don't know, 1.5 months or something ongoing. Our objective is to reach 100 demos in Workbench. These are not trivial demos, right? We pay a lot of attention to design, that the code is easy to read, that we demonstrate the right thing, that we don't demonstrate too much. Yeah, so I'm very excited. It's been going great, and I'd like to thank Andy Holmes for helping me mentoring. It sounds like Rust is a big topic this year, so I added a last-minute slide about Rust. Rust and JJS. This is not about, how do you say, introducing Rust in JJS, but rather I just wanted to showcase this cool example by Xander Braun, which shows how to use essentially Rust and JavaScript into your app. In the case that maybe you want to do the backend in Rust and just use like the JavaScript for the UI because it lets you iterate very quickly. Yeah. This is 2 years old already, but I think it's been under the radar a little bit. So I just wanted to showcase it. It's great. Have a look. Yeah, and another community project by Christian Herget is JavaScript support in libpeas. So libpeas is a G-object-based plugin engine targeted at giving applications the chance to assume their own extensibility. So you take libpeas, you put it in your app, and then you do a bit of magic and glue code, and all of a sudden your app can support extensions. don't do this in every apps, please. There's a very specific use case for this, but one, of course, is GNOME Builder is using libps for plugin. So thanks to Christian and Philip, we can now write JavaScript plugins for application and JavaScript plugins for GNOME Builder. You want to do the... Yeah, please do the conclusion.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the end. We'll have time for questions, but yeah, we'd especially like to thank Nasakuma for joining in with the ideas for this talk and submitting it along with us, but unfortunately she couldn't be here to present. But hopefully next year. A big thank you as well to everyone who helped in any way with GJS and the JavaScript community in GNOME 44 and 45. Thank you so much, everyone. There's a license for this slide deck. You can reuse bits as is with attribution and not for commercial use. And it's time for questions. You want to come share the microphone for the questions?
Hello, this is, yeah. Regarding testing the branch and that will remove the big hammer, is there a version of the branch that is rebased and working right now? Because that would be super helpful for helping you. Yeah.
I need to rebase it. I'm sorry.
But you will, and you...
Yes, especially if somebody says, "Hey, if you rebase this, I'll work on testing it."
Cool. Thank you.
Hello. Do you plan on starting using dogs for our next presentations too? Okay.
We concur on no.
That's unfair. Okay.
First, thank you so much for the nice presentation. I haven't looked too closely into writing apps with GJS yet, but as far as I understood it, if you write the application with that, then you cannot just tap into the vast ecosystem of Node.js. You're limited mostly to, I don't know, C libraries with a G-object introspection exposed, right? Like this is the first half of the question. Is this true so far?
Is your question whether you can tap into NPM? Or
yeah, for example. If the answer is you can, then I don't have a second question.
No, you definitely can. I've been doing this for a while. I need to document how to do this because unless you're a web JavaScript expert, it's hard to figure it out. So there's been more and more different JavaScript engine coming. There's a lot of competition in there, not just engine actually, but runtimes. So we have Node.js that we know well by now, but there's also Bun and Dino. And they don't have the exact same APIs because those runtime APIs, except for web ones, they're not standardized. So what's been happening is the JavaScript community has been pushing towards building libraries that are runtime independent. And so it's great news for us because it means there's more and more libraries on NPM or wherever else that we can use in JJS. I started compiling a list of things that works, almost out of the box, but also I've been working on a polyfill project to polyfill some of the most standard JavaScript APIs so that people would be able to use those libraries on JJS without downloading hundreds and hundreds of node dependencies. I will maybe talk about this a bit more tomorrow. Maybe Evan also wants to add something.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear. Thanks a lot. Of all of these apps that you showed before that are using GJS, does one of them already take advantage of that?
Yes. for example, Workbench uses Prettier for auto formatting. I didn't make any modification to it. I just download Prettier. It's a plugin that reformats code. It's written in JavaScript. It supports everything we need, so that's why we've been using it. There's also this application, Forge Sparkles, I believe it is, the one with the nice icon in the middle here. It uses a fetch polyfill, so it uses the web fetch API, which in turn use libsoup to do HTTP requests with a very nice API that web developers are used to. Yeah.
Nice.
So we've just hit time, but we do have a break up next. So if there's any final questions, I think we're happy to field them. Anyone? Well, thank you all for coming. Part 2 of the JavaScript talks will be tomorrow, I think also in this room around a similar time, but check your GUADEC schedule. And we have about a 10-minute break now, I believe. And then up next we will have, another JavaScript-esque talk, The State of the Shell by Carlos. which I think has a record or perhaps tie for the number of presenters thus far. So we have Carlos, Florian, Georges, and Jonas all presenting on the state of the shell. And Robert? Oh, you didn't add yourself to Indico. So I guess it is indeed a record. And so we are all excited, I think, to hear what's going on in the shell this year and this past year. And given how much content they have, I think I will pass it on over to them to get started.
Greetings. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a fantastic GUADEC. Today, we are going to talk about that which is the pinnacle of the desktop experience, the best of the past, crème de la crème, GNOME calendar. Welcome. So, yeah, let's begin by Mutter.
As is tradition, we start at the lower levels. This is not the first time we have this talk with all these people, so just going to go through what have happened and what's going on right now. This is a feature contributed by Michel Denzer. I'm going to try to explain what it is about, but the end goal is when you run really heavy OpenGL applications on your machine, it's not going to make your whole shell become super slow and bad. So the backstory is that OpenGL sent by applications to the compositor sends buffers that are not actually ready. It's just an idea of a future buffer that would be ready in the future. And if you pass that along all the way to the kernel, then the risk is that by the time the buffer is actually ready, had been completed all the pipelining in the GPU, that the next refresh cycle of the monitor has already passed. And if that happens, everything that you did in that cycle of that frame will be delayed by one refresh cycle, and that is stuttering. So what he implemented is relatively complex state tracking that adds a synchronization layer on top of Wayland state that then waits for buffers to become ready before they're actually processed by the compositor and painted and all that stuff. And that means that there will be no risk of the compositor sitting there waiting for super heavy games that will take a very long time to finish their frames. And this was finished for GNOME 44, so that's something you already have. That was a great thing to have. Another thing that Sebastian Wick added also for 44 is the experimental HDR mode. HDR meaning very bright and nice and wide gamut colors on your monitor if you have such a fancy monitor. It's not a proper HDR implementation, it's just enabling the basic kernel feature to turn it on at all, which means your whole desktop would look pretty stupid. Very bright and saturated and just bad. But it makes it possible to at least test the hardware. Usually it doesn't work because the kernel is not really ready, but sometimes it does work. If you have, for example, an external monitor on an Intel and some luck, it will work. I think AMD now it will work in that scenario too. If you have a HDR panel on a laptop, it probably won't work. If you have a FHR monitor on a docking station, it will not work. But at least we can turn it on and test it. The next step that is actually actively being worked on now is to make GNOME Shell not so bright, dull it down, as we can say. That means that we take all the stuff that is currently rendered, all the UI and all the apps and everything that is assumed to be in a dull color state, and turn it into the HDR fancy color state by making it look boring and not so bright and stuff. But at least that will be correct. So that's something that we're working on. The long term, there have to be Wayland protocols that define if it's a fancy buffer or not fancy buffer, and then we can do the actual right thing, but that's further into the future. This is the thing that has landed now for GNOME 45. It's something that is called a KMS thread. Sometimes it's a kernel thread, sometimes it's a user thread, means that it's just an idle callback. On most hardware, if you have even NVIDIA, if you have a driver that is newer than 470, then you have a real-time scheduled KMS thread. The point of this is that we will be able to know what we pass to the kernel in a time where we know whether it will actually result in the monitor being updated. The reason why it's real-time scheduled is that with a regular thread, we don't get enough granularity and priority to be able to push things to the kernel at the exact right time. But with that, if all the pieces fall in the right place and the distribution is set up correctly, then we get this. And the end result of that is that when you move the cursor and there's stuff going on in the main thread, then the cursor will still move. It's a feature that Xorg already has, but now we have it too. That is just a tiny feature, really, but it's an important building block. Like with a previous, how do you go back? Like with this is for Wayland buffers, but we can now, with the KMS thread, do the same for the composited buffers, because they have the same kind of problem with everything being asynchronous, and if you push something very big, it might miss the deadline for the monitor update. But this is a building block to make similar improvements to the main rendering as well, and possibly also help with this thing. Dor Ascayo has been for several years working on virtual refresh rate monitors support in Mother. It's a bit problematic because the kernel does a bit too much and a bit too little. We know too little about the monitors, and it's pretty complicated to get everything correctly. The main thing is if you have a slow updating application, it goes very fast suddenly, then there will be like flashes and glitches in the monitor. But despite all of this, we want to land it. We will just have to put it behind an experimental flag, so we can do a bit like with the HDR to get it testable, and then we can iterate slowly into the future where we can have something better. But that's something we want to have for 45. It is sitting in the branch, but it's as this is going to be experimental, it doesn't need to be ready. You just need to have something. So, yeah, that's another thing. That's my part.
Okay, so a little bit of a recap here. When Metacity was the Cheerios of Windows managers back in 2002 or 2001, it started using GTK as the UI, which was basically rendering the window frames. And we've been like carrying that trait all this long until now. I think this was merged in 44. Yeah. So since GNOME 44, we've been able. The thing is that in GTK 3, as it was used in Matter, it was completely impractical, and it was a no-go for future development, because it was still an X11 client on itself, because it was handling X11 frames, and it was in a really awkward situation that you, for example, got events from the kernel which were forwarded through Wayland, which were handled by X-Wayland, which were forwarded to Matter back again, and which were handled by GTK3 in order to move a frame. So we've got this whole loop, and we've made it a separate client, which is a GTK4 client, a proper one, handling window decorations. And the result is that we no longer have a GTK3 dependency in Matter, and we can delegate all of that into a separate client, and we can use libx11 directly for the things that matter, which are not input, nor handling events, nor all the things that we used to do. In GNOME Shell, this also implies rewriting the tray icon implementation that it was using GTK3 facilities and whatnot, so we are trying to move away altogether from GTK3, and it was completely rewritten from scratch just to support the old cases, but it's called we have to support. And yeah, well, we still have a few tests that do you use GTK3 as, well, as utilities or clients or whatever, but those will get ported with time, and we will be able to say goodbye to GTK3 at some point. Then there is another important bit of input handling that was merged recently for GNOME 45. And well, I guess if you didn't see Peter's talk yesterday, you should go back in time or go to YouTube. And yeah, no, it is. It describes all of this quite nicely. Yeah, as a high overview, it's basically a way to redirect input to other local computers. So you hit a barrier, and the pointer stops moving, and it starts moving in the other device. So we have all this plan bin, so we can forward input from one device to another, and we can receive input from another device into our own. There's been some other input improvements happening along 44, and there are some scheduled for 45. We are still working on replacing graph infrastructure, as in, well, being able to redirect events to the right places and have the different pieces of the UI behave properly on input from different devices and whatnot. So the piece of work that made it to GNOME 44 was making the actual window grabbing operations being a clutter graph, which is something that was worked in the past, and it's attempting to replace all these places where we fork the events into somewhere else and whatnot. So it is another piece in the puzzle that is doing something weird with events, and it's now working more properly. There are also implicit graphs, which is what happens when you click on something. Even if you move the pointer outside or whatever, it is still the same piece of UI handling the events. This is necessary for gestures, so this was worked on by Jonas Dressler. And there are also some gesture branches that some are scheduled for 45, and some hopefully will make it in time. Adding an improved gesture infrastructure, which is intended to replace the clutter actions and gestures that were written like back in the beginning of times. This will, of course, help improve, as in making the shell more toolkit-alike and being able to do fancy things, for example, in extensions and whatnot. And this is...
Hello. So fraction scaling, we didn't yet enable it by default, just if you're wondering. But we finally got a Wayland protocol helping us with certain aspects of it. Most importantly,
until recently, for clients, we were only able to communicate like integer scale steps. And we now have a protocol helping us to also, which can be used by clients to also use integer scaling. So short example here why you might want to consider that for your app or your toolkit if you don't have that already. If you are running a normal full HDR screen at 125%, you will have a logical resolution of like 1500 something, which is then, if you use integer scaling by 2, which you would then use, you get like an output, or you need to draw like around 5 megapixels per frame for a full screen update, while what you actually see on screen is just a full HD output, which would be just 2 megapixels. So if you use this protocol, it allows you to, in the best cases, like reduce bandwidth by like about 60%. So SDL2 already supports that, and Chromium and so on. Yeah, if you're working like maybe on a game engine or something, especially for full screen, that's really helpful. Special shout out here goes out to, I don't know how to pronounce this name, Mzizanon or something. Yeah, that person helped a lot in implementing, helping us getting good, sharp output when there's a client using this without being full screen, which is pretty cool, and they're around still, and yeah, pretty cool work. We now have YUV or YAF support. Yay, it's cool. I'm really happy about this. This has been around for a couple of years, started by people way before me. And so the short idea is that it allows us to use modern hardware features for especially displaying video. It allows us to use fast paths. And this has also been around in X11, but was very hard to use there. And in Wayland, we can make it so that we can make it easy to use and always have the perfect, you can always get perfect frames. And yeah, it's good for performance and battery life everywhere. It's especially cool on embedded systems. You see that in cars and all over the place. It will be really cool for mobile, most likely, and especially if you're a developer like me, working on, for example, GStreamer or something, it can be really cool if you work for embedded systems and can now also test your stuff on Mother. So bringing that worlds a bit closer together. Yeah, and for the future, we plan to extend on that initial support that we now have and use direct scan out, like that means using hardware overlay planes in more situations. We are not as good, for example, as Western yet, but we are getting closer, and we are looking into using libliftoff, which is a library by WL Roots, and to share some work there. Yeah, that's pretty exciting stuff, in my opinion. Special mentions for Mother. The triple buffering by Daniel. This is still in the works. It's getting closer to getting upstreamed. It's unfortunately not yet upstream, but hopefully it will get there. Adrian Wolfk, I hope, did great work in helping us choosing better scale values on devices, like depending on their DPI values and size of the screen. This is especially visible if you use fraction scaling. And especially on phones, it's pretty cool. And yeah, there have been tons of improvements for like remote/headless logins. And
Now I'm missing my notes, but I was told, I think, that Juan is doing a talk at the OpenSUSE conference, and I was asked to mention that they will, yeah, go into detail there. Yeah, and yeah, just mentioning Pascal for all the awesome work he's doing. And that's the shout out.
All right. I'll destroy the stage before I can talk again. So now that the exciting stuff on the lower levels is finished, we can get to the boring stuff that nobody wants to talk about. GNOME shell. We got better quick settings. Quick settings now have a subtitle. You can read more than 5 characters of your Wi-Fi name now. You have a fancy Bluetooth list, thanks to Florian. There's more. Hold on. Hold your horses. You got a list of, this is all in 40, some of that is in 44. All of that is in 44. Got a fancy list of audio devices to select right from the quick settings menu, so we don't have to open GNOME settings anymore. The less you look at GNOME settings, the better we're doing our jobs. And we got, thanks to the powerful nature of portals and Flatpak, we got background apps, which is something that's been there forever, but nobody knew that was there, because we didn't have the plumbing to show people about that. In the past, we used to have like many apps running in background because they used to perform, like, I'll give an example. GNOME Calendar, the best app you ever hear about. It runs in the background because it has to transfer tons of data on startups. So if you do a shell search, you don't want to reload GNOME Calendar on each keystroke. So we keep it running for a while. So it fetches the data once and, stays there quietly without a window. But nobody knew about that because it was not running without a window. Now you can know about it. And I'll have to make GNOME Calendar fast. Yeah, apps are starting to use the features, like the portal features that make the background apps menu a little bit more interesting, such as having a status string on them. So for example, Boson, the Stream Deck, Elgato Stream Deck manager shows how many devices it's handling. I think it's Ochotona or Pika Backup, I'm not sure which translation it's used internationally. It shows like the percentage of backups, something like that. It uses the string to show how it's running. And also thanks to Florian, now in GNOME 45, you'll be able to like see which apps are in there and click on them and they will open. So this is better. It's kind of improving. And we got recording improvements, screen recorder. Well, so here's the thing. This involves Mutter, but it's not in the Mutter section because I'm supposed to talk about it, and I will talk about it. This is the state of the shell talk. So we have knowledge, and we want to share with you whether you want it or not, and you will learn all about frame scheduling now. So here's how it works. Oh no, it's slightly broken. Well, anyway, it's basically a frame. It is, you have the monitor swapping the frames, and you want to render everything before the monitor swaps the frame, shows the new frame. And then you give that to the monitor, and it shows the next frame, and you don't render on the frame that's on the monitor, the basic, double buffering stuff, yada, yada, yada. And then comes screen recording on Wayland. By the end of the rendering process, we need to take whatever was produced by Mutter and GNOME Shell, they go there, they draw all the windows, they draw the background, they draw the panel, they draw everything. And then by the end of this process, we copy this and give it to Pipewire so that Pipewire can give it to the applications that are capturing your monitor. That was cool and all, but there are nuances here. So sometimes it can take a little bit longer or a little bit shorter to render a frame. So if you're, for example, you're opening the overview of GNOME Shell, has tons of icons, fancy effects, has shadows, it's going to take a little bit more. But if you're on your session with just one window open, it's going to be faster. Not by much, though. Mutter has this thing where, to improve a little bit the input handling, it waits an artificial amount of time before it starts rendering, so it can accumulate more like input events, so that your mouse movement has 2 extra milliseconds to pop up in the next frame. And yeah, after this small delay, it renders. By the end of the process, you get a nice picture, sent it to Pipewire, Pipewire sent to applications, and you get OBS Studio showing it on YouTube. That's how it works. However, well, not however, sorry. This is usually like fine because the time between the frames is kind of stable, even with a little wiggle of one opening the overview or not, like the timings are kind of stable. So between one frame and the other frame, there's about 60 milliseconds if you're on a 60 FPS monitor, for example. And so everything happens kind of all right. Sometimes the frame is skipped, sometimes not, most of the times not. It was fine. However, I think it was Ivan who worked on the prediction frame timing predictions. What does that mean? It means that now we don't wait a static number of milliseconds before we start rendering. We define how long frames take on average to render, and we use that information to give even more time or less time depending on how much the frames are taking to render. We give more or less time, and so we're wiggling a lot more now in the frame timings. We're starting either earlier or later. There's a lot more wiggling. And then, if you try to capture the next frame right after a really slow frame, you get a flame, would be good too, but a frame, you get this odd situation where you start skipping lots of frames because one is long, the other is short, one is long, the other is short, so you skip lots of things. Bad. Red means bad. That's it. I'm going to walk away home now. So yeah, we fixed that by using the target presentation time. So instead of using the current time that we're taking the frames, we are using the predicted time that the next vsync is going to happen. So we're going to have stable, smooth screencasting now. Pretty much always. Hopefully. Don't file bugs about that, please. Yeah. We also got, thanks to GStreamer, I think it was Jonas Dressler who worked on more efficient, the built-in screen recorder of GNOME Shell has the potential to be more efficient depending on many things. It also has the potential to not be efficient, but in that case, it's not worse than it currently is. So I really hope that you all have hardware that will support this and have fancy screencasting. And thanks to Robert, we are about to get this picture is not representative of the final state, but we're very close to getting a camera indicator. Yes. We value the user's privacy, and we want everybody to know when the sneaky little app is trying to capture your face without you knowing. This is not final. I don't think this is based on a mock-up, is it? I'm not sure. I don't think it is. Yeah.
I got one now.
Ah. Yeah. The only note that we have to make here is that applications have to use Pipewire for cameras for this to work. Because that's the only way that we can detect that the camera is being used. So users, developers unite. Let's force everybody in the stack to use Pipewire and the camera portal so that we have fancy privacy indicators, we have permissions, and we have everything that we always wanted in the desktop. That's it for me.
Okay. This is, in fact, a fairly small change. Like the style sheet that GNOME Shell is using is built from SAS sources, which had the ability to build either a dark theme that you see by default or a light theme that you see if you use GNOME Classic for whatever reason. What changed is that we now build both those style sheets by default and include them with GNOME Shell and can switch between the two style sheets at runtime based on the system setting. So in the appearance panel, you may know that the two states that are exposed, default and dark, aren't actually all that is supported by the setting, but there is a hidden third state, which is light. If you want like your image editor or your video player to be light, then you can like turn this on. There's also an extension to like switch the shell theme to light by default, and it will then still like follow the dark style switch like nicely. This is like another small change that is in the pipeline. Most keyboards that have like a backlight also include keys that allows you to adjust the brightness. But some keyboards are missing those keys, and the settings remove the slider from the power panel. So instead of adding it back there, like a more appropriate place was deemed to be like the quick settings. So there will be like a new keyboard toggle to adjust like the brightness of your keyboard backlight. And we are getting to the big one. You have probably come across some variation of this myth. And I say myth because in general, we don't break extensions. Like most of the time, all that an extension author needs to do is test that the extension still works with the new version, inform GNOME Shell that the extension is compatible with the new release, and then it will work. Except this time we are actually breaking all the extensions. Every single one. So, for like a big part, thanks to Evan, GNOME Shell. No. The credit goes to him. Like, bug reports to me, please. GNOME Shell is in the process of being ported to ESM, ECMAScript modules, which is the standardized ways for like to share functionality, like expose functionality to other parts of the code and to import this functionality. I mean, it's a standard. There's tooling around it. Pretty much all JavaScript developers are familiar with the standard, with the concepts. It's provided by the proper JavaScript engine and not something that was invented by GJS for good reasons, because GJS predates the standard. Well, but there's like this one caveat that's you cannot like, there's some particular ways where you can mix the two, but let's just say it doesn't work. Like you cannot just mix the two to import systems. So extensions are now loaded as modules. That means they have to export certain functionality, like for certain entry points, or they just won't load. If they want to access functionality from GNOME Shell, then they will need to use modules as well. So in most cases, it won't be like a lot of work. It will be mostly find and replace. But yes, every extension will have to adjust for this change. And as Philip was asking earlier about like use cases for import maps, I have one. So for extensions that are not part of the GNOME shell codebase, but like loaded externally from the hard disk. So if they want to use like something from GNOME shell, right now they would like use imports.ui.main. With module, this will become resources colons / org / gnome / shell / js / ui / main.gs, which is a bit of a mouthful. So it would be nice to like. It's not terrible. But like yeah. And like a couple of special mentions for GNOME shell as well. There are some improvements to the drag and drop behavior in the app grid, like moving app icons between different pages. Those are already in GNOME 44, so you probably already have them. If you use more than one keyboard layout, you may be aware that the indicator has a keyboard item that says show keyboard layout, which right now opens like an old remnant from the GNOME 2 area. It was eventually ported to GTK 3, I think, but it's still like very much GNOME 2 style. Carlos wrote like a new implementation of this functionality, which is called Tekla, which is like using libadwaita. It has been like properly designed. It shows you like it switches the layout according to the modifiers you are pressing. And yeah, it's also like the last hard X11 dependency that we have, even on Wayland. So this is also a nice touch. The other two are kind of related. So thanks to Jonas, we are now running GNOME shell as part of the CI pipeline. So we do have like only a couple of unit tests, because most of the functionality we have cannot really be tested independently. And now we like using a kind of special scripted mode of GNOME shell that allows you to drive GNOME shell in an automated fashion, which kind of existed for a long time, but we have like generalized it, and we are now like running it during the CI pipeline to really ensure that like a change doesn't like break basic functionality. Then, based on the images we use ourselves to do CI, we now generate toolbox images from those. So if you need a development environment where you know that everything is included to build and run GNOME shell and Mutter, you can just use a script and create a toolbox, and everything will be there. So this is also very convenient. And that's it. Questions?
I don't know where we left the microphone. Here.
Yes.
Thank you. Testing. I'll wait for it to come online. There we go. Okay, so we're just about at time, so there is a break now. But if anyone has any questions, I am sure all 5 of you are willing to stay here during the break and answer them. So does anyone have any questions about the shell? Ah, Philip.
So if apps have to port their camera stuff to Pipewire in order to show up, for the camera indicator to show up, what's going to be the incentive for apps to do that? Is there going to be like some warning in GNOME software?
You get an indicator. No, actually, it's actually really part of the idea to have this indicator, to have a visual feedback for apps to switch to the new APIs. But most of all, if you switch to that API, and if you use, especially if you use then the portal, I mean, you can just use Pipewire, just the easiest switch. Using the portal is, for many cases, a little bit more work. That allows you to make a properly sandboxed Flatpak out of it, which will, like in GNOME software, I think we show that. Yeah, also the dialogue. The APIs in general are way nicer, so you can clean up a lot of stuff in many cases. You can run cameras in parallel, like several apps can use the camera at the same time, which might be cool. Yeah, but that's mostly it. But please do, if you have an app that uses a camera, please.
Maybe one last question? Oh, there we go.
Hi. So from the design side, it often feels like the blocker for getting stuff done in, I guess, both shell and Mother, because often they're connected, is reviews and like sort of, I don't know, often the code is out there or like, yeah. But then it like takes a very, very long time to actually land it. We've done some of the mobile stuff and I guess also some other initiatives in the past. I don't know, are there any ideas or like plans for maybe improving that in the future?
So you always have to remember a GNOME shell is not an app. And if you break the shell, you don't crash an app, you crash all apps. So reviews take longer. Reviews are more minutious, especially if your patch has more than 5 lines of div.
So we're just saying we should do 4-line patches?
Yes, with very, very well-written commit messages. And before you write those commit messages in those patches, you grab everyone a beer and convince people that we want to accept that patch in the first place. So.
How many beers were 2 digestion in 25?
So, out of time. Sorry.
But joking aside, like a well-structured merge request that is easy to...
So, if you want to hear more from the... Thank you. If you want to hear more from the shell developers, they'll be happy to stay after the lightning talks and answer all your questions out in the lobby. Also, they will be around for the BOFs, I assume. But with that, you guys have used your break on questions, so it is time for the lightning talks. Woo! Hello.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have never been to lightning talks before, so I'm excited to see what happens. I understand that we have a number of different speakers. They come up, they talk for about 5 minutes. Yes, 5 minutes? That is, you're going to get a, what are we doing, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute?
I'll give you a 3, a 2, a 1, 30 seconds.
Oh, no, that's two. We don't need all of those things. Let's just do 2 minutes left, 1 minute, and then at a time. Then the next person will come up. So first up will be UC talking about let's play a game of not adding options.
Right? Hello, GUADEC. I want to play a game. Okay, more seriously. Rules of the game, very simple. So, we're going to be using shapes, specifically only one shape, a circle of finite size. You can have several, so they can be different sizes, but they all have to be of finite size. Right. So, rule number 1, your circles cannot touch. They can overlap, they can cross, but they cannot touch in one point like this. Rule number 2, if you have crossing circles, then you can have at most 2 in any single point. So in this case, the crossing at the top is not acceptable because it has 3 circles going through the same point. Very simple. Rule number 3, if you have a set of like orientation where if you mirror or rotate it or scale it and you get the other one, these are considered equal. Very simple. So let's go. So the game. Sorry. The goal of this game is to calculate in how many ways these circles can be arranged on a plane. And this is audience participation. If you have 0 circles, how many ways can you arrange them? Anyone? This is not a trick question. Shut up. 1, yes, correct. So, if you have 1 circle, how many ways can you arrange that? 1, correct. So, if you have 2 circles, how many ways can you arrange that? 3. 3 is the correct answer. So here are the 3 different ones. So you have the separate one, interlinking ones, and one inside the other. If you have 3 circles, how many ways can you arrange them? Anyone? Just come up. Surely you can visualize them. It's very easy. Okay, so the correct answer is 14. They are listed in here. If you have 4 circles, how many ways can you arrange those? A few? Too many, maybe? No? 200 is surprisingly close. Very good, 170. So there was an order of magnitude increase going from 3 to 4. What about 5? How many ways to arrange 5 circles? 1,200? This is like pretty close. So the correct is 16,951. And this is 2 orders of magnitude more than the previous one. So with that in mind, how many ways to arrange 6 circles? 1.5 million. User choice. Any other ones? And the correct answer is that this is an open problem in mathematics. Nobody knows. So what does this have to do with programming? Well, let me leave you with these parting words, which are an analogy. So a circle is a setting that you can set in your application, and the number of arrangements is the number of states that your application can be in. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is Cassidy. What is the advisory board? Does anybody have any questions while we're waiting for, or maybe number 3? Should we skip to number 3? Do you need?
You just have to get that flash drive into this port, I think.
This is like, come on down.
It's okay. When I timed it earlier, it was 4 minutes. It's fine. We have a minute left from the previous talk.
Oh, nice. Way to go.
It's lightning too.
Quick as light. Quick as lightning.
There we go. And there's a PDF. Is that fine?
Oh, looks good.
It's under a SKU. It's Windows. I wash my hands. Talking about options. Go. All right, what is the GNOME Advisory Board? What is the GNOME Advisory Board? So this is the perspective of somebody who went to my first advisory board meeting 2 days ago. I'm Cassidy, Endless OS Foundation, we're an advisory board member. Everything in this talk is explained here. I'm just going to explain it in a slightly different, more visual way. Also, it's a link to the wiki. Sorry, Alan, because I know your upcoming talk. It'll make sense when you see his talk. What is the GNOME Advisory Board? The Advisory Board is made up of organizations that support and have an interest in GNOME's future. The Advisory Board does not have any decision-making authority. There's no votes or decision-making. And we communicate with the GNOME Foundation's elected board of directors to help inform the overall direction of GNOME and the GNOME Foundation. Who is currently on the advisory board? Canonical, Debian, Endless, Google, Red Hat, Sugar Labs, SUSE, and the Document Foundation are currently on the GNOME Advisory Board. If you didn't know that, I've provided a service today. When is the advisory board? So how it works is those organizations or anybody on the advisory board sends 1 to 2 representatives to meet with each other and the board of directors, elected board of directors, twice per year, in the winter at FOSDEM and summer in GUADEC. And the whole point of the advisory board and GNOME is a two-way street. We share information and share our experiences and how we can make things better together. And what does that entail? What do we do? Members of the advisory board discuss their GNOME-related work with one another. We find out where we can work together on things. The board of directors solicits feedback from the advisory board members on upcoming plans that the GNOME Foundation has. And it's important to remember it's a safe space. So in these advisory board meetings, we speak freely, we have a shared understanding of both collaborating together, but also confidentiality as needed. So if it would help to work together to share something that you are allowed to share privately, you can do that. And importantly, you should join the advisory board if you're at an organization. So there are all kinds of people that could be on the advisory board or organizations like apps, desktops, maybe more distros even. Any organization that supports GNOME or GNOME technology and has an interest in its future should join. And there are fees to join the advisory board, and those directly help improve GNOME. For example, going towards hiring, events, etc. You can see the annual report, I think, at the annual general meeting, or it'll be sent out later, for what that impact is each year. And how do you join? You contact the executive director, which it's a little awkward now because there's the acting executive director thing going on, but or just talk to anybody on the board of directors and we'll get you in the right place. It's also, there's information on the wiki. For small companies and medium to large companies, there's different fees. Fees may be waived for nonprofits depending on situations. So talk to the executive director or board of directors for more information, and please join the advisory board. That's it. That was fast.
Thank you. Well, we definitely want to thank all the advisory board members for their support. It's much, much appreciated. Next up is Valentine with Secure, and I'm sorry as I'm reading it off, Secure Boot and GNOME OS. And just to prepare, next after him would be Kalev? Yes, perfect.
No, this is here. This one is here. All right.
And just so you know, the order after Calviv is Pedro, and then after Pedro, Quarantine. Yeah. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing names correctly. After Quarantine, Pablo, and last but not least, Alan. So that'll be the order of events after this one.
Yeah, hello, I'm Valentin. I work at Canonical I run GNOME OS on all my computers because I want to make sure that if GNOME OS is not usable, I want to see it. And I would love that some other people do the same. So it's not, it's maybe not for everybody, but if you can contribute to GNOME build meta, it's fine to run it. But the problem is that for many people, often employers require that you have encrypted full disk encryption on your computer. So I wanted to have that, but the problem is that the way full encryption is done, usually on distribution, you have to type a password in the beginning, and this is kind of useless. It's also kind of annoying for a device like that doesn't have a keyboard. It will come back, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, it come. Yeah. Yes. So the work that I've done is on a PR. It's working. It's working right now on the machine. It's not. It has to be reviewed. It's not merged. There is we have to drop OS3 and switch to systemd sysupdate. It makes things a lot simpler, and OS3 is not there for secure boot yet. We are missing the integration for GNOME software. I think there is Adrian from Carbon OS who is started to work on the debug part of that, so that's interesting thing. The details, let me show you in GNOME disk. There is a boot on the left. You start with a boot partition, and then after there is two pairs of partition, which is the squash fs, which are with the Verity. And then after, on this computer, I happen to have two encrypted disks, one for home and one for the root, but it could be just the root. It switches to a unified kernel image. We use systemd measure, and yeah, of course, sysupdate for the deployment. For the development tree, on OS3, we used to have two different refs. Now we have the development tree as a sysext, so it's just a layer that comes on top that you can enable or disable at runtime. And of course, we probably won't plan to get it signed by Microsoft, and there's no reason to do that anyway. It's safer to enroll your own keys. So if you want to install it on your machine, just put your secure boot in setup mode, and then in systemd boot, in the bootloader, there will be an entry to enroll your keys. So it's very simple. Yes. And I think that's it. On Sunday, there is a buff for GNOME OS. Everybody can join because it's also somewhere where we want to know what we can do to GNOME OS to make it better for everybody here. So yes, that's it. That was it.
Thank you so much. All right.
Can I write on the whiteboard?
I don't know.
Is there a thing?
I don't know.
It's fine if I can't.
Okay. Next up, Kelvin with how GNOME got into Fedora.
How GNOME gets into Fedora.
Oh, gets in. Oh, they're not in yet.
Talk is titled How GNOME Gets into Fedora. But I've been sitting here and I've come up with an even better title. It's story in 3 parts: love, David, and the process. And since I don't have any slides, I'm going to ask you all to help me remember those 3 points: love, David, and the process. So let's get started. Okay, so love. I need this thing.
I think use this one. I don't know what the difference is. This says whiteboard marker? Cool, okay. Are you talking? Wait, if you're talking, here, I'll go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'm not talking, I'm drawing.
He's drawing?
Fedora. And then a big thingy. Loves.
Ooh, I like this.
GNOME. Okay, that's my drawing. Okay, back at the microphone. How many people here use Fedora? Raise hands. Okay, I would say almost everybody. So GNOME loves Fedora as well. That was part 1. What was part 2? David. That's David. That's David King there. So, I guess most of you know me. I've been the Fedora guy in the GNOME community for a while. And it's mostly been me doing GNOME packaging. But for 2 cycles now, it's David and I who have been working together. So it's David does 6 months of GNOME packaging, and then I do 6 months of GNOME packaging. So just now started my 6 months. So if you have any issues with GNOME packaging, like when I say you as an upstream person, like if your module is wrongly packaged or is missing something or anything like this, come talk to me. But in 6 months, I'm not here. Then it's David. Do you want to stand up, David, so everybody knows how you look like? Okay, do I have any time left?
You have 3 minutes.
Wow, okay. Then it's the process. So, since you all use Fedora, I guess you are used to using RPM. So the way... No. Oh, excellent, yeah. And it's really all the same. So the way GNOME gets into Fedora is that first there is a tarball. And it's up to upstream to produce the tarball. Or we have to produce it downstream ourselves. And that's an important thing. We are unable to build directly from Git. And we are unable to access internet from the build system. So everything that gets built has to be available as a tarball, or a zip file, or if you're a Windows person. So that's an important thing. So if you have a complicated module that has like sub-modules and so, please just put everything in a tarball so that downstreams can access it. And then we take the tarball and turn it into RPM. We have a script that does most of the work for regular day-to-day updates. So most of the time Fedora follows GNOME upstream releases quite closely. But it's not always me who does all of the GNOME packaging work. For some very complicated modules, for example, for GNOME Shell, we have Florian who takes care of it. For GNOME Software, we have Milan. For Evolution, also Milan. And for WebKit, it's Michael, and so on. So those are other people you can turn to. And my time is running out. So one more thing I wanted to mention is that the body that oversees all of Fedora GNOME work is called Fedora Workstation Group. And that's actually mostly people from GNOME community. It's me, it's Michael Catanzaro, I'm so high on coffee I can't remember names. Matthias Klassen, and so on. So Fedora is almost GNOME, and I want to end this with Fedora loves GNOME. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Pedro with how to make a FOSS contribution.
I can do that.
Okay, all right. How to make a FOSS contribution, what's that word?
Yeah, small letter. How to make a FOSS contribution event.
Event. Fantastic. I like events.
Is that right? Yeah, that's the one. Mm-hmm. Okay. Does it look purple? Yeah, it looks purple for you. Great. Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is, let me just... Nice, okay. So my name is Pedro Sader Azevedo. I'm going to talk about how to make a FOSS contribution event, which is an event where people come together to make a lot of contributions to one or more FOSS projects. And you might be wondering, why should I trust this kid? And you shouldn't, but you're already here, so might as well. And no, now seriously, the reason why is because I'm part of this student group who studies free and open source software. I never actually said this name in English. It's from Brazil. I think it's, we call it LK Camp, but it's something like LK Camp, maybe, something like that. And we have a lot of fun. I'm actually wearing the same shirt, which is kind of awkward. But we do these events, we meet, we study together, and we go to conferences together also. In matter of fact, they're in another conference in Brazil right now. And so here's how we do things. before the event, you got to figure out who's your audience just to know where to start your explanation from. And when you know that, you got to choose a contribution. It's very important that the contribution follows a pattern somehow. For example, we've done a lot of translation hackathons for GNOME apps because it's always a PO file inside a PO folder, always the same file format. So we can teach it once, and then people can do different things by themselves. And it's a very efficient way of doing this kind of event. And once we know the contribution that we want, we look for projects that need it, and we make a list of everyone that needs that. And when we have that list, we make the contributions ourselves, just so people know how the contribution looks like and they can see samples of how they should be doing things during the event. And we also try to learn beyond the minimum that we need to make the contribution. Usually the contributions are actually quite simple. Once we had the 1 character hackathon, which was our record for the smallest contribution we could make, which you literally just add 1 character. More about that later. And also because people like to ask hard questions, and we also like to teach beyond the minimum that they need to do the contribution. Like use the opportunity to teach good things. And we also write a blog post so people can have something to read while they're doing the tutorial, doing the event. This saves a lot of time because they can copy and paste the lines of terminal commands that we show in the slides. They don't have to like squint and look at the terminal lines. They can just copy and paste. And it's also good for documentation for later, just so we know what we did, because you know what happens when you don't read documentation. And as a matter of fact, I wrote documentation for this exact presentation. It's all in Portuguese, but Google Translate exists, and you can take a look. I might translate it later to English. And on the day of the event, explain everything first, like a YouTube tutorial, and then you give people free time to contribute, and you're probably not going to have as many questions as you expect, because there is the written tutorial that people can follow, you know, to remember the things that you explained in the first part. And now you might be thinking, why do this? Why not any kind of event? And I think the main thing is it's interesting for participants because it's open-ended, because everyone will end up with a different contribution, and it's going to be, they're going to learn how to collaborate in software, which is, you know, whether you work on open source or not, you're going to use Git, GitHub, GitLab, and so on. And it's going to turn into useful, as long as your contribution is accepted, useful in production code. And it's a small step in the right direction of improving free and open source software that respects your rights and so on. And at last, a confession. This presentation is an ad for my workshop, which is going to happen. I'm going to show exactly how this is done. If you want to go and learn how to do something like this for your community, feel free to join me on Saturday in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, Quarantine, contacts at a flat pack world. I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced your name. There you go.
So hello, I'm Corentin. So going to talk about contacts, which is something that is really not used much currently in the GNOME ecosystem. So does anyone here know how to get contacts? Maybe 2 hands raised, one from the owner of the library. Of course, it's Folks. Folks is an old library that is now that has been first released when I was 16. So it contains everything you need nowadays, like telepathy, so you can get your MSN Messenger contacts. So today, if you want to use Folks, you have to build against a certain backend. Of course, the only useful backend these days is Evolution, because you get all the sensing, but it's not made for the containerized systems that we have now. So it comes with all the crap that you will expect, like it's even maybe the only library written in Vala that we have. And of course, you have to open many debug holes. So I'm talking about something that I've started. It's maybe the future, but it's not yet ready. So I'm working on a read-only library because really you don't need to write contacts most of the time. Even if you look at Android, when you want to create a contact, it will just open the contact app with some pre-filled metadata. So I'm only talking about the read-only system that is using Tracker. And I know I see some experts on Tracker here. And so it requires a miner on the system, but it's not a hard dependency for the for it to be inside the Flatpak. So it's really lightweight in terms of dependency, which is great. So when? So currently you can try the test libraries that I have started in the folks repository. I'm really eager on feedback on what you would expect from such library. After talking with people here, apparently we will need our own ontology for Tracker. So that's something to iterate. And of course, I'd like to hear about what you think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Pablo, booting GNOME in 100+ phones.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Pablo, and I changed the title of the presentation because I was actually doing the count, and there's probably like 160 phones that actually currently, that we know of in post-market OS, that boot actually GNOME or have the potential to boot GNOME because they are GPU accelerated. So I'm part of, like somebody asked the other day, who has two hats. There were quite a lot of people. So I also am part of Postmarket OS, which is a distribution which aims mostly to bring phones to bring Linux, real Linux to phones. There's like more than 500 devices actually booting. And what's the problem? I mean, nobody counts how many devices actually boot x86 devices, right? I mean, regular laptops, like you say, oh, I have 10,000 laptops. I mean, who cares? They all boot UEFI, it's the same. That's unfortunately not the case with phones because they are a bit more complicated. So, I mean, I wasn't sure whether to write obscure embedded devices there. I ended up doing it because, well, everything that is not obscure, it's because either it's been leaked, somebody figured out somewhere, or like somebody after 10 years open sourced some part of it. So there's not really a solution to fit them all. And then I also had the comment of like, well, we can put them in GNOME because a lot of other people have been extraordinarily work on making all the GNOME stack fit into phones. So that's pretty cool. I'm only gonna talk about the other part of why so many. So you have 150 devices that are quite different into them. So Postmarket OS people came with a solution, okay, one file, device info that contains a lot of the awkward stuff to configure. This is actually not specific to Postmarket OS. You can probably use it everywhere. It's in one of the repositories, and it's part of the philosophy of Postmarket OS. Nothing that we do, we want to keep for ourselves. We want everybody to be able to help, to learn, to use it. It's not something we own, it's free software. To make use of this thing that I'll show a bit later how it looks, Unfortunately, you still need some tooling around it, so it's not just one device info and everything works, but there's some making it file system and something else that makes sure that whatever you generate can be flashed into a phone, and then there's also tooling for installation and so on. This part, being bootstrap, it's still quite tight into post-market OS, but if somebody else wants to use this, we are happy to accept contributions to make it more general. And of course, there's also some packaging still there, because, well, devices need different user space daemons, kernels, ASA forks, and stuff like that. So this is actually how it looked like. Can you read it, or is it too small?
Well, you can read it.
Okay, perfect. So, I mean, this is just a subset of the stuff, but this is from one random phone. So, for example, this defines how do you flash it, where do you actually flash stuff, and like whether the int-RAM file system and the kernel go all together, whether there's specific Qualcomm stuff there, whether you have to generate things. It's important to have the kernel command line, not so much in Linux, but certainly, for example, in Android devices have command lines like probably wouldn't fit in the slide. And you also have other information that can be used, for example, device info chassis. Right now, a lot of devices actually do this properly, but there's been cases of things like, I don't know, USB devices saying, oh, I'm a laptop. So just in case we fix that. And there's also the option, because a lot of the devices have multiple variants, so different screens. So there's the option to actually, support different variants of the same device altogether. And yeah, apart from having great ideas and putting them to practice, the community really helps. And Postmarket OS tries to make it very easy to add a new device. There's a lot of information on the wiki. You can do this, and you get easy a quite straightforward template. So yeah, it's a combination of some great idea and putting community around it. Yeah, there's tons of them online. I have a phone I just flashed before, so if anybody wants to check with what Jonas did, the adaptation from Cell. So yeah, I guess. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Now we have Alan Day with Back to the Wiki. While they're setting up, tomorrow we start back at 10 a.m. Also, as a reminder, tomorrow's dinner is at 7:30 at the McCurry Hotel. Nope, 7? We'll clarify.
Hi everyone, I'm glad to be ending on a high note. I actually really like the wiki. I've put a lot of time into the wiki, so it's kind of ironic that I'm the one here giving this talk, but I guess that's the way it goes sometimes. So yeah, the wiki, it's been with us for a very long time. It's really important. It's our main source of internal project documentation. It contains all the information that people need to get started working on GNOME, right? There's the contribution guide, the newcomer's guide, all the information about the release process and project governance. This is critical knowledge. So it has an important role. The problem is things aren't in a great state at the moment. I think most of the wiki is pretty out of date now, and most of it isn't maintained anymore. We also have a lot of activities that used to have put on the wiki and have now moved elsewhere. The problem is that the wiki hasn't quite got the message. This is the wiki page for this conference. So this, there's a link for this conference on the wiki, and it leads you to this non-existent page. So according to the wiki, we're not here and this isn't happening. Make of that what you will. But design team, we're in the same boat. We've got huge amounts of material on the wiki, which I authored years ago. We've subsequently largely moved to GitLab, but that material is still there, kind of gathering dust, and it's potentially a distraction, or it's going to mislead people and so on. So that's not great. We've got the spam issue, which I think most people here are aware of. Like, you can't actually just create an account and start editing, which is kind of the whole point of having a wiki. So that's an issue. And then you've just got the general kind of wiki navigation issue. It's just kind of hard to know what's what, and what's new and what's important, what isn't, and so on. So when I say death to the wiki, what do I really mean? Well, I mean, like, create some alternatives to the wiki, or figure out what those alternatives will be. Create a migration guide for people who have content on the wiki that they care about, like what should they do with that. Set out a transition period in which people are encouraged to migrate. And then at the end of that period, we would put the wiki into read-only mode, like we did with Bugzilla, right, with a big banner saying, this is old, don't use this, go somewhere else instead. So that's the general idea. What would the alternatives be? Well, some stuff could go to GNOME.org. Apps.gnome.org is already a better homepage for apps than the wiki ever was. Technical guides could maybe go to developer.gnome.org, potentially including the newcomer's guide. And then, like, a lot of stuff has already migrated to GitLab, to issues and so on, so we can carry on with that. And then maybe entry docs, whether in dedicated repos or in your own project repository, might be an answer in some cases. But we will still need that source of, like, core projects internal documentation, like how to get involved, how the project works, what the release process looks like, and so on. My idea for that at the moment is this. This is an experiment I did a few months ago. It's a doc site like we have for developer.gnome.org and for the HIG, which is a Sphinx site, which it's all written in a lightweight markup. It's easy to edit. This is just kind of the important content on the wiki that I ported over to this new structure so you can see what it might look like. You've got a simple sidebar with the main information. And the few people that I've seen this, I've got quite good feedback from. But the reason I wanted to put it up here was to get more feedback. So yeah, that's basically where it's at. Like, I would really like to know what people think of this idea, if it's good, if it's bad, if we should do it but do it differently than what I suggested here. Like, at the moment it is just like an idea. Also, if we do this, it would be great to have people help with small parts of it, like just to break it up so it's not all me. Since I've got a minute, who thinks we shouldn't get rid of the wiki? Any hands? Shouldn't. Oh, no. All right, who thinks we should get rid of the wiki? Okay, and who isn't sure? Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. Okay, well, the not sure people, can you come and tell me why, and then we can figure out what to do? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so there are a bunch of things that is tricky. What do we do about Hackfests, and where does the release schedule go, and the private board docs, which I also wrote a lot of years ago. But, those are things that I think we can fix, but we just need to figure it out. So, yeah, come and talk to me and we'll figure something out, but that'd be cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our volunteers for your lightning talks. They're all really, really interesting. There is some clarification we need about Tanairo's dinner, which may be at a different time. So look for announcements tomorrow morning about exact timing. We do have a half second or so left. Does anybody have any questions or questions for any of the lightning talkers? No. Okay. All right, well then I think that takes care of it for the day. Look forward to seeing all of you guys tomorrow.